Hello, everyone, and welcome to PBX Pro Series. We are back, and I am here with One. One, how are you doing today? We've got a great matchup coming up for us tonight, folks.
Yeah, I'm very curious about the teams, especially about the ones we already seen yesterday in best of ones, and have the chance to see them now in a best of three. Best of three, whole different story than best of one. Map ban is a little bit more forgiving. You definitely get a map where you can play good, and yeah, you have a lot more room for adaptation and getting used to your enemy. So that's also a very important thing to do in a best of three. And yeah, we saw blind outs yesterday. They didn't look that great, but new day, new match. I'm sure they will be looking much better.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is the prime time to, kind of get those kinks out of the way. Well, except for the two teams that we're going to be spotlighting first, NEXUS77 Esports versus Blind Owls. They are in a bit of a more precarious situation in the lower bracket. Whoever loses this one out is done for. And speaking of those brackets, let's take a look at the situation that we're seeing right now. We've got Aku advancing over Blind Owls, and then we've got Valor Esports advancing over NEXUS77 into the upper bracket. And with Blind Owls and NEXUS77, this will be who moves forward next up into these brackets. Valor Esports loses it out, then whoever the victor of this matchup will be the next match for that lower bracket, and whoever wins will be the ones will be pretty much seeded. That's how we're going to be structuring this one, ladies and gentlemen. But my question to you is, do we have any kind of insights in who do we think is going to be the ones to come out on top here? How did those last matchups go with Aku versus Blind Owls and Valor Esports versus NEXUS77? Let's give the audience a little bit of a recap, if you have that information,
Yeah.
prior to us looking at these map bans.
Yeah, like we didn't see Valor and Nexus so far, so I don't know these teams prior to the tournament, so I don't have any information on that. But Aku, they, yeah, against Blind Owls, they played Chalet. Aku just peaked everything, won the gunfights, and that was yesterday's Chalet basically. So I'm curious if Blind Owls face the same playset again, and if so, if they can adapt better to it now, because in a best of one, 6 rounds in one half, you're not really getting used to it, and if you have a bad day, slowly adapting, then the game is already over when you were adapting. And yeah, we're just seeing here the rosters. I'm sure they can put in a fight, at least on their map. And yeah, I'm sure they will definitely look better today. I'm very sure of that. Only because starting with the map ban, because they will definitely get a map which they're more confident than yesterday, I would say. And yeah, to the roster.
It's definitely interesting that if they played Chalet on their first matchup, and then now they're moving on with, when we'll get to the map picks in a second, but yeah. I feel like if that map shows up again, that's going to be, I do wonder how that's going to show, because that's, back to back. Yeah, you're much more warmed up, but also we've kind of seen the performance on that map against Aku, which was a bit rough for them. So I do kind of have some concerns on how this is going to turn out, especially when you're losing rounds due to sheer gunfighting. In my opinion, that's one of the worst ways to lose a round, because you want to be able to play it smart, and you want to be able to get some mileage out of that. But if you really can't, and the enemy team can just force fights on you on every left turn and still come out on top, that's a dangerous situation. But let's introduce these players real quick before we go into the map. Oh, never mind. Speaking of maps, we've got NEXUS77 Esports with their pick of Chalet, so that it will be coming up. Blind Owls on Skyscraper, and for the decider, we are going to be on Nighthaven. What are you thinking of these map picks? This is a lot less streamlined, with the notable exception of Chalet from NEXUS77 Esports.
Yeah, I think the pick of Nexus is, yeah, like they've seen Blind Owls match maybe even from yesterday, so they can anticipate how Blind Owls want to play it, maybe adapt early. And yeah, for Blind Owls, all map info I could find was that they played Chalet. once before this tournament and then yesterday. So they definitely also feel relatively comfortable on Chalet. So that's no surprise that they let it through then, even after yesterday's match. Then Decider, Nighthaven. What I found is that Nexus loves this map. It's one of the best maps, I would say, from the data I have got. And Skyscraper is just a black hole for me. I have no information. It doesn't look like a map Nexus loves. It's like on the same level as many other maps for Nexus, so it's gonna be quite interesting to see these teams on Skyscraper, so everyone can kind of guess how good they are on that map.
Yeah, it does look like there's a pretty significant map bias in favor of Blind Owls from what we have experience-wise with Nighthaven, Chalet, and Familiarity Skyscraper. It does look like Blind Owls does have a pretty good matchup here. The only thing that might be a major toss-up from the information we currently have on the table is going to be Skyscraper, even though that is Blind Owl's pick. But keep in mind, this is one of those maps where I feel like a lot of teams kind of struggle with, displacement. It's not really a map where you want to full send clearing a space and kind of isolate every single person you can find. If you can go at one person who's rogue on the defending side, great. But oftentimes that's not really the reality, and the actual situation is much more tense than that. It's more about displacement so another team can push in where the real motions are going or where the actual goal is. Otherwise, you're going to get stomped on vertical, you're going to get hit hard on nitros, and it can be kind of hard to clear and navigate both of those fronts one at a time, because it's super easy to just get back on those power positions vertically that can do so much damage. So I do think there's a bit of a toss-up there, just because I think teams kind of lack the experience on properly dissecting a map like Skyscraper. You can't really just kind of full send it like you can on other maps. But other than that, I would say that this, unfortunately for NEXUS77, looks kind of poor as far as favorability. But with being in the lower brackets, it could be a major change up. NEXUS77 could have had a lot of good, VOD review and learned significantly, and they may even have some unique strats of their own. It's kind of hard to say when the lower bracket. It can be definitely a bit of a coin toss, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if you are under stress, like in a lower bracket, the mental game is always very important, and if it makes a huge difference how you start into the best of 3. So I'm curious how these first rounds go, because they will lead up to, or that they will predict how the match is going to be.
Pretty much. Having a momentum pacer will be extremely important when it comes to a map like Chalet, especially if you're on attack. If you can win your attack round off the rip, that's usually a pretty dangerous cascade in favor of the defense, unless they've got revolving strats and philosophies of defense that they can flip to. But if they don't, and they don't have that level of adaptability, that early steamroll can be devastating. So round 1, keep an eye on who comes out on top on Chalet and the manner in which they do. That's going to be an important marker for whether NEXUS77 has learned from their mistakes on that map, or if we're doomed to repeat history in that situation.
Yeah, and just before we go into the map, we have a quick word from our sponsor, and then we will start right into the game.
IT Discount 24 is your refurbished IT partner. Head on over to their website or eBay shop posted in the chat to find all your refurbished PC needs. Whether corporate or private, they'll have you covered.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it does look like we are ready to go, and we will be starting up very shortly. So, before the match starts, let's kind of talk a little bit about what we're thinking of as far as the map bans and what we're going to expect. I'm predicting it's going to be really standard. The Monty's going to go. Monty's oppressive. I think we're going to see, obviously, a zombie gone. She's oppressive over by the main lobby balcony. Can be a real pain in the neck over there. Maybe a Cade ban for ease of breaching on first floor. Well, actually, pretty much across the board. But do you have another idea for what the second attacker ban will be? Or maybe a shake-up on the defense?
I'm not quite sure what got banned yesterday from Blind OWLS. But I think we've seen not a shield ban. And I think it was something like Flores or Ying. And yeah, defense.
Oh, right.
There's so much you can do. And yeah, especially if you want to try to adapt more to your enemy. Now we see the Monty ban. Of course.
Can't blame them, though.
These days, Monty ban is totally fine. And yeah. Apart from that, we've seen a lot of teams also play Nomad or Gridlock on this map. So if you want to roam freely and rotate more freely, that's also some very good bans. And we see the Blitz ban from Blind OWLS. So
wow,
only few shield available today.
They really don't like shields. I don't know. Blitz is not one of the maps, or this is not one of the maps, Chalet, where I would say Blitz is like a big deal. I mean, don't get me wrong. The garage window hopping can be extremely dangerous if not prepared, and the mirror ban too. And we will see that the bans will finish out with Valkyrie. I would say Mira and Valkyrie are starting to taper off as far as their sheer oppressive power and the frequency of ban. Although throughout history, Mira and Valkyrie have been frequent bans, but I would say it's not as tactical in a competitive sphere as it used to be. You've got plenty of counters, whether it's Ashe or Twitch, and hell, even Brava for Valkyrie too, if you can spot them. I don't think they're as strong as bans as they used to be. But moving on for the bans, we are going to be starting off with a first floor pick, which that's a little bit of a interesting pick. I'm not saying that it's surprising per se, but I do say that with it being the first round, I think this is going to give Blind OWLS probably the second to best opportunity to try to pick up a round off the rip. The only best case would probably be if NEXUS77 went basement instead. So kind of middle of the road as far as attacker-defender biases. And is Damien gonna go for a spawn? Nope, not a spawn peek, just some cap cans. I like putting it onto both sides. I don't see that as often. Usually it's 2 on one side. But hey, if it works, it works. We'll see in a second.
If it works is a great way to look at his loadout, because he's playing the shotgun. And I think you should play the shotgun more often, because it's one of the best shotguns in the game. So I'm very curious if he can utilize it here, because I'm not sure where he plays, because it makes a great difference for your positioning if you have the shotgun or not. You really have to think about your positioning more than with the other gun, with the MP7.
Yeah, if you're gonna go shotgun, you're pretty much saying that you're gonna hunker down second floor. That's kind of a clear indicator of what that means, because otherwise you lose a lot of viability and flexibility, especially if you have to mobilize from second floor to first floor. And from the utility we have, it doesn't really seem like they've got that much invested into holding second floor, maybe trying to get some damage in, which kind of runs counterintuitive to the composition of running a shotgun here. So I do wonder what kind of impact they will be able to get out of that. But despite that, we will have our first pick of this video 3. Ladies and gentlemen, J19 going to be able to pick Crackdown. That's going to be the first one, and the Bs will be out. J19 does have an active ping on him, but unfortunately, no one from Blind OWLS will be able to capitalize on that. So they will be able to get away despite that. However, Appa going to take a significant amount of damage. Ruka will go for the entry, be able to take that one down. But a very quick refrag coming from Driss plays, but refrag back to back. Low holding the position from Solarium will be able to take Driss plays as well. It's now 3v3. And so far, you still got one hold by the Repel, and they still have, for the most part, a bit of second floor control. You still got J19 over in bathroom, but I think this clear is going to be coming in soon. J19 does go for that slam and takes the pick over by Piano. A very nice play from J19 to take trend, and that's going to give them that much needed player lead. That repel position becoming a lot weaker the less manpower that you have on the ground here. 50 seconds remaining, and they're going to have to try to clear out whatever they can. You have a flank coming in. That's going to be Damien. Will be able to catch Hauser there. That's going to mean that with that repel still up, yeah, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, I think the setup itself was fine-ish. They just didn't have opportunity to help their Bandit, because I think the Azure Ram, they just walked in through K9 because we didn't hear a breach happening. So they just walked in through K9 and then killed the Bandit. And then you can't do anything on the top row anymore because you invested 2 Gemmers and your Bandit into tricking the breach, and then your whole top floor collapses into itself. So yeah, I would have liked to see a retry there, so they just can prove that they can support each other. But of course, the basement, another bomb site where you have to support each other if they're just coming down and execute, because it's all about these crossfires. And
yeah, no,
we'll see if we get there. Maybe they start a roam and perfectly get 2 or 3 kills in, and then they can just chill on site. But yeah, I really love the Oryx play. I won't have to emphasize that. For my feeling, it took a little bit too long till he realized he can do it, but perfect Oryx play.
Oh yeah, no, that Oryx play was very, very clean. But moving on from that into the next round, it does look like we're going to be seeing a first floor coming in again from Nexus, or I'm sorry, basement. Wow, I cannot tell the perspectives here. I am depth blind. But in any case, it does look like they're going to be going for basement. This is going to be a little bit dicier, especially considering they've got Ruka on the glass as well. It does look like they might potentially try to go for a force plant here, but you do have J19 on that vertical position, which is going to be very powerful in denying this. Might try to go for an early smoke plant, as we're already seeing the line coming out. Smokes come in, flashes back to back. Hauser trying to go for the plant, but does get caught by Appa. That's going to be a huge setback considering the utility investment already in play. But Crack will be able to catch J9T there. That's going to be huge in taking off that vertical pressure. That's going to be a good play coming in from Solarium. But the smokes have dissipated and the diffuser is on site. So unfortunately, this force plate will not come to pass. So now it's a matter of trying to get some displacement here, or possibly even go for a rotate. We'll see the stairs drop. Crack somehow still keeping his head alive. Takes 1, takes 2 from Blue and over close shove. That is going to be huge pressure onto Nexus77 to possibly allow for a retry at the plant. But keep in mind, Crack and Trend are both very low HP, and with a Nitro in hand for Molotov, if not timed correctly, could be disastrous. Molotov taking 1, along with Driss taking Lol. Ruckus gets his 1 though, but it's now down to a 1v1 as Molotov takes a double kill, and there's the swing from Ruka to secure the refrag and the round as Blind Owls takes their first round with an aggressive momentum starting from the vertical.
Yeah, looked a bit weird in the beginning. I think the idea of a smoke plant with a glass is perfectly fine here. But the execution was kind of a bit of lacking. You can throw like the flashes were a little bit counterintuitive for me, and I'm not sure if the plant spot was the best one to choose right there. Because from outside the breach you can't get an angle into connector or into wine like you have to, because people can shoot through the trash cans. So I'm not really quite sure about it, but in the end it worked out through their flanks from fireplace and top floor. And yeah, here you can see just a nice Oryx play again, and the last few shots. And I'm not sure where the defense would like to go next. Maybe top floor. What would you expect for the next top floor defense?
I think that they're not going to be running basement again. I mean, they really couldn't afford to go basement in the first place, in my opinion, just because of the fact that when Nexus won their first round, that kind of came from a lack of cohesion from Blind Owls, and that's not really an assumption that you can make. So going for basement was really ballsy, in my opinion, and the fact that they still went for it, I think, was kind of an oversight. So I don't think they're going to be running that site again for a while, lest risking another blowout situation like that. If anything, they probably should stick to first floor to get a better feel, because I don't think that was a good show of what Blind Owls has to offer. Because, I mean, this was a force plant. You can't really gauge much from that. That's pretty unexpected. And typically, it has a bit of linearity to it, especially if you're trying to force something so early on, a bit of predictability. So I don't think that NEXUS77 will be able to get the information they're looking for as far as what Blind Owl's approach is. But the motions from the vertical to kind of set up a displacement and kind of, lock in and force those out of position moves, I think does give a little bit of information. But I think for now, they need to stick to what they know works so far, which is first floor, to which Blind Owls didn't really have, I think, the right coordinated effort to break that down. So that's kind of what I would expect. I don't think second floor would be the right play, just because if they get their crossplay under control, that's going to be rough.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more optimistic towards top floor, which we are seeing, by the way, because I think they will play the top floor now very much differently to how they played it in their kitchen defense. So Blind Owls doesn't get the same, or the advantage of seeing the same setup and just being able to have learned from the first top floor attack. And I'm curious about what they will everything castle, and they castle canine window, fireplace door, and library window. So 3 castles at least are put on outside, which you can easily destroy, maybe punch or use breaching charges. I think I would just call my Ash and tell her, hey, breaching charges for the castles, please. And then everything is open, approximately after, I don't know, 40 seconds. I'm not sure if I like this castle pick and how they utilize it.
I'm not a big fan of it either. I'd have to agree with you there, and especially the way they're placed, I don't think benefits the most. But we are seeing a little bit of aggression, which I think is going to be huge to countering Repel. We're going to see Driss plays, going to be able to take cracks very early on, but a nice vertical coming in from Ruka down in basement, able to get that refrag, and that is going to allow them to get some immediate building presence if they so choose. But so far, other than Ruka, who is starting to come up from West Main, really not much presence, both barely missing each other, but J19 going to be coming in for the cover, will be able to take Raka, and that is going to be huge in offsetting any building presence. Pretty much, other than outside a building, NEXUS77 is sitting pretty comfortably here for this initial entry denial, which has so far gone in their favor. They really don't have to do anything here. They don't have to move an inch. There's no grenades, no flashes, and no one in the building. NEXUS77 is looking real comfortable here, and as long as they don't overplay their part, they really don't have anything to worry about. You had your two entries, Crack and Ruka, trying to establish some building presence to get some impact out of those, window watchers, those repels, but because they got flushed out, that strength is not really there. Now they gotta make an opening. Hauser's gonna be able to do just that. Does manage to get Molotov down. That is gonna be huge in retaking territory, but the hop in. Oh no! Right into a bloodbath. Appa taking 2 down, including Lowell and Trent. Now Hauser, the last one alive, all the way in basement with 50 seconds. This is unfortunately going to be most likely a failed attack unless they can pull something miraculous here.
Yeah, they thought they would be safe with the Grim gadgets, so they could jump into the bathroom window. But the Beast didn't get to the Frost, so the Frost could just hold the 90 degree angle, And yeah, there's no way as someone vaulting into a window you get the frag there. Like, there's really no way. Maybe if you hip fire headshot, like, and have luck, just yeah, but not really. And yeah, nice breach try there, but he will get killed from it if the one laying there doesn't sleep. And yeah, Appa gets the last kill of the round, and we see another successful defense.
It seems like Blind Owls has a significant struggle when it comes to holding or getting any real ground presence over in second floor. And other than, I would say, probably Library from the first round, they really just don't have what it takes right now in order to actually get some kind of meaningful control. Sure, trades might come out, but it comes at a cost of space, which should never be the situation when you're on attack. You should never, whenever you're attacking, go with a trade and not have anything to show for it. The whole point of attack is that you need, in these trades, which is kind of a neutral case scenario, have something to show for it. You should never have a trade with no territory gain. That just should not be the case. And unfortunately for Blind Owls, when it comes to playing on the second floor, this has been now a repeat trend, both on first floor when they try to take control of the vertical, and on second floor when trying to establish some presence over by bathroom. It never happened. And the first floor up, they're not getting the space that they're wanting. And I think they need to adjust their operators. And right now, I don't think these current picks are the best suited for that in order to establish some level of space. Whether it's an OSA or maybe using smokes early in the round. Well, not really viable considering the Warden presence from NEXUS77. But something's got to happen either way.
Yeah, like I'm a little OSA hater, so I won't agree with you on that. What I agree with is that you can make aggressive plays like that, like the Warden did, and he is very unlucky to not kill the Grim there. 1 HP. The Grim can be lucky he didn't die there. Like, yeah. So, but let's look at, yeah. Go ahead.
But that delays his potential significantly. Like, we've seen kind of Crack holding in the sidelines, waiting to throw those Grims in order to kind of stall or kind of put people in a bind, allowing for the entries to close those gaps and take space. But when you're here at 1 HP, if you try to use that utility, all it takes is one dry fire, right? A quick peek, anything, and you're instantly down and out. And that potential, which honestly is sorely needed for Blind Owls right now, doesn't come to fruition. So that's kind of where I'm not really sure what the motion's going to be there. However, they are on basement. They did win that, but it was through a force plant, which can kind of be iffy on the repeatability, on whether that speaks anything to their prowess on a specific site, which I would say almost never it does in general. So I do wonder how they're going to dissect this, because breaking down these hard anchor points is kind of a weakness for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure like what the reason is to give up the border position there. Maybe because it was just like a little bit of a teasing. I will just make my presence known there and then go away either way. Because I don't think they don't have any Warden or Jäger, so I think it's a good choice actually. Blind Owls, they get the end frag though onto the Scopos, which is very important. Not sure whether it was a lurking position, like just waiting for the Scopos to teleport, or if they met each other head to head. And how can he walk down blue that fast and without any enemies looking at him? He kills the Kaid and now gets onto side and can kill everyone. No! Is this an ace coming in? It should be. Definitely would be deserved, and he gets it. What is happening?
Wow, that couldn't have been more disastrous for Nexus, but what a great slip. There's one thing that I will say about this, and this comes for any team playing on Chalet. Watch your blue hole. It is such a dangerous position, and we've seen just that. Their entry trend just absolutely ripping it up. Again, maybe an outlier, I don't know, but with devastating consequences either way. You can't let someone be able to get that kind of space. Blue is a big breaking point if you're going for a garage plant. If someone can get in there like that with no support, that is a extreme power position in favor of the attackers. And this is kind of what I was worried about for Blind Owls, was their ability to walk in. But maybe this is an indicator that they're getting that under wraps. Train didn't have any support with her, and she just full sent it down blue stairs with amazing impact. And maybe this is kind of a wake-up call to keep that up. But despite that, we are going to see NEXUS77 go back down to basement, despite the fact that this is now their second loss of the first half on this site. What's going on here? What are we thinking on the call to run this site back again? I mean, sure, both of those two plays on basement were kind of gimmicky, but what do you think? I'm shocked.
Yeah, I think that's what they made a call for. Like, hey, okay, we just somehow lost the weird smoke plant, and now just someone walked down blue, and they are thinking like, okay, these are things we can fix, but the question is the basement defense good enough to not present ourselves another hole like that? And yeah, I'm not sure. The only thing I don't like for the attack now is that it don't have really vertical play, except from Gridlock, Super Shorty, and Thatcher breaching charges. That doesn't feel great, but hey, Gridlock, she gets the entry frag onto a 2-bar arrow, which is very important on the basement, and they don't drone enough, because there's just someone fitting in the position and getting the refrag. Yeah, and now they can go back a little bit, and the attack still has to be afraid of them. But it looked like the Goyo doesn't come out of there, and he has to fight till he's dead.
I do like how NEXUS77 is approaching this, though. They're going force for force on the roam right now against Blind Owls, and so far they're getting some pretty big picks out of it, and they have to, considering how vulnerable they are if they're kind of caught out in the open close to sight. But evening it out, Blind Owls now bringing it back 3-3. This is still very doable if Blind Owls can get some basement level presence, which so far they don't at the moment. NEXUS77 has fully fallen back onto site, so there is opportunity for that to be the case. And if you look at the positioning so far, you do have Molotov back onto Blue Hall, so at least there's not any major gaps, at least not seemingly, as Appa manages to take Train as well. This is huge, keeping Blind Owls containerized like this and boxed up. Ruka, the only one in the building, except now Hauser's finally hopped back in after doing their bout of droning, but this is kind of looking a little rough for Blind Owls. They've gotten beat out pretty hard on the roam here, so now it's going to be a matter of giving space for Hauser to walk in. We do see these Capital Fire Bolts now finally coming in, trying to offset this player, or pillar player. That's going to be Damien here, but not being successful. Gets a little bit of damage on Hauser. Can't find the headshot, though. 20 seconds to go, and this is a deadly cross that NEXUS77 has against Blind Owls. They've got to deal with one of these two players, and they do find it, being able to catch Damien, but Molotov manages to catch Hauser. That means Diffuser is now down, and Ruka is out of options as NEXUS77 turns it around on basement to make it their round.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Oryx tried to do there. But in the end, it's a 3v2, so you can lose one person to something like that, I guess. And yeah, I'm not sure, like, the time was taking down. Not sure if they had enough time to even try to plant. Because, yeah, planting there can be quite tricky if you don't know where your defenders are coming from. Because if one's coming from blue, one from connector, yeah, then the cover can be quite difficult. But I think they could have done it through the long angle. But also it can be quite risky with how the Asamis were set up, that you only have really tight angles to work with. And if someone's sprinting through that, you might not even get them. So I can understand the thought of pushing through the side, getting the kills. But that's always more difficult if you are lower in man count.
Yeah.
So yeah, finally, successful defense round. Sorry, on the basement.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we are seeing that castle back again on second floor. Again, like we both discussed, I'm not really a big fan of it, of using that on the upstairs window. I would probably prefer to see using those castles over towards library side. But then again, Blind Owls really hasn't been interested in library. From what we've seen, every time they've tried to attack, they seemingly just flat out ignore it. So honestly, while I don't like the castle, and I think it should be used elsewhere, I mean, it's not really being put, the attack's not being put in a direction where that would be meaningful, which tells me that they probably shouldn't even be running castle at all unless they see that trend change, which really hasn't happened as we approach the second half here. So this is pretty much Blind Owl's last chance to try to get a even split. Otherwise, Nexus takes a lead on a map that they have a little bit more practice with, at least in the actual brackets themselves. They do have one player cornered here, and that is going to be Driss plays over by Solarium. Does try to go for the cross, takes major damage, as well as Molotov taking a bit of damage, but no downs at all. Down to 5 HP, very unfortunate. And Trenjack going down as well. This is 2 major blows coming in. However, speaking of blows, Ruka will be able to take Damien down over by first floor. And this is going to allow them to solidify themselves. However, there is still a player over by blue stairs. So they're not completely clear on the first floor. But for the most part, they've got that space. However, J19 going to be able to upset those dynamics up on the second floor by taking out Train. There's now a 4v3 with NEXUS77 at the lead.
A very difficult position for the attack. They have to try to make something work and they somehow get the kill. For the defense, I would say they don't have to really do anything. And they can sit back, hold some really passive angles, and then wait for the attack to walk into them. Like the shield in the bathtub here, even if he gets grim-pinged, like it doesn't matter, because who should kill him? Like they have to step into bathroom, and then he still has the better angle through the shield, and he can choose when he wants to fight. So I don't think they should pressure bathroom. Maybe the ace could destroy the shield, and he's gonna do it. But there's a mute jammer, if I saw it correctly. Oh no, it's not on the shield, but on the door. So the shield definitely gets destroyed, and they get a chance.
Damage downed him, and another pick coming out as well onto J19. This is really bad. That's a complete 180. However, Appa does secure a double kill. That's going to be out on Hauser. The rappel coming in. This swing is going to be crucial to turn this around. 10 seconds to go. They have to grab Diffuser as Crack is the last one remaining. Either take this fight onto Appa or go for Diffuser. Smoke going down, and Appa's all the way in blue hall. Crack has to make a decision and fast, and she's not playing the time as NEXUS77 is able to draw it out.
Yeah, good decision from the defense there to just wait it out. You don't want to risk the gunfight if you don't have to. Especially when you can guess that you're not known. Your position or your old position is not known. Yeah. And now the attack. I'm not sure how they wanted to approach this or why they wanted to approach this in the way they did. Like, it looked like they wanted to capitalize onto the warden who was stuck in solar, but they also had still someone in dining. And if you just pressure the dining one out of there or kill him, then your bug has the freedom to just play vertically onto the warden, and that's one of the easiest frags that you will get on Chalet ever. They tried to push him with gridlock from the stairs, then the warden ran out. Just like very unfortunate circumstances. And yeah, getting that down with the semi-charge later is basically just getting what you should have got 2 minutes earlier. And yeah, likely for Blind Owls, they don't have to attack anymore. And yeah, we'll see if they can get the round count even in their defense.
Oh yeah, I mean this is gonna be the time to do it. But I mean we gotta give props to NEXUS77 though. They have taken up a very good lead, and the ability to shut out Blind Owls the way they did on second floor and even on basement towards the end. Really good adaptation from NEXUS77 to try to use that roam to prevent Blind Owls from finding an opening. Although it got a little dicey on second floor, but the fundamentals still remain, and that was crucial for them. But now we've got a completely different dynamic. Blind Owls defending this in a much more traditional way. Whoa! I don't know how traditional that is. A very aggressive peek coming in from low to take J9T down, who is currently 5-5 even. But that means that this playmaker is now out of the picture, and they're now over by Piano, looking to try to get Library. But this is going to be easier said than done, considering the traditional utility placement of NEXUS77, and considering they don't have an Ashe anymore, it's going to be a little bit tougher to try to get this out. They still have Drisplays as the Flores. Damien taking crack as well. That's going to help the situation just a bit, but they still need to deal with this utility and Crossfire. 1:30, and they still have a considerable amount of time, but that window to get this library space is starting to run a little bit thin, especially at the minute mark, as they don't really have any players geared towards site. I don't think anyone does, for that matter, actually.
Yeah, they just chose that everyone's fighting for the top floor, so they will do it. Flores Cam destroying the shield there. That's exactly why you picked this operator, especially for this shield. And of course the keeper barriers, so I'm sure he will try to get those too. Yeah, but now the attack is still stuck, because they don't have any flashers in position to force themselves onto the top floor into library. The floor is still on cam, and he is the only one who has those flash bangs. So he has to rotate. That his complete team can advance, because they just can't dry peek these keeper barriers. That would be suicidal.
That's a really big pick. Low gonna be able to take Molotov. They do finally get the vertical, but it might come too little too late. A one-person advantage, although Low is at 6 HP. They're now just getting on the vertical, and they're getting countered by the 6 HP champ Low, who now has gone down by Drisk, but not before taking another with them. And it's now a 3v2. The lead being retained. The flash is going down, trying to make something happen, but Hauser, in the midst of the flashes, goes to the peak and manages to take two to prevent any possibility of an execute there. Blind Owls taking the first round of the second half.
Yeah, luckily for the defense, they made a good enough job on the top floor to delay the attack. And of course, getting the entry frag onto the Ashe, very important there. The soft breach definitely was a thing they were looking for in the later half of the round. But like, seeing how they execute, seeing how the flashbangs fall down the hedge, all three in one angle, and yeah, of course, the second angle you don't flash is where you're getting killed from. It just looks very one-dimensional. Like, I think we have seen all four people all coming from piano and office. If you just one person is enough to place on the library balcony, so that the Jaeger was it, I believe, who rotated from pillar into library, just gets shut down. You have top floor free real estate, and you are so much faster. And in general, you have so much more pressure onto the defender. That's ridiculous. Maybe open up mudroom and then go on the balcony, so the defense has to guess whether you jump into mudroom or not. But yeah, it looked just like they have to spread out onto the map more and not come only from one side.
Oh, there's those castles on those outside windows again. Still not a fan of it. I don't care if the teams swap. But with that being said, I do think that even having one person on the horizontal could have helped a lot. But either way, that's something for, you know, NEXUS77 to figure out, is to have that one rogue player like Blind Owls did. And so far, we are seeing potentially a little glimpse of that. We've got J19 all the way by Blue Stairs, and that could be a rogue play. That could allow for some major space, but so far, NEXUS77 and Blind Owls haven't really made any contact with each other up to this point. And as I say that, I'm immediately wrong. Damien gonna take Lol from below down by main lobby. That's gonna be huge in taking one Nitro off the board. You still got Ruka with one available, but if you can get rid of Ruka, or force that Nitro out, you now have a clean plant condition, especially with the vertical presence that NEXUS77 has established over by Kitchen. Well, not so much it being there, but just by the fact that there was really no one over there. J19 not done here, does manage to take Trend Jack. So that's going to be another one down for Blind Owls. This is looking a little bit rough, as now J19 already has presence over by Piano. There is the castle blocking it off, allowing Appa to be able to take one. Actually, that's going to be another coming in for Nexus Esports. This utility is not doing them any good. There's the run out. Does get the down, but it's too little too late. NEXUS77 taking way too much space for Blind Owls to make something of it. Oh, didn't even down. Yikes.
No. That's unfortunate. But like I was still thinking about the thought process of the Ash, because she was standing in Piano close to the bathroom door. She got everything covered. No one could flank Piano, and I don't know why they didn't try to plant there. Like, was the one in Masters too much of a pressure onto Office? Then why not open maybe the castle? But at that moment they were already 5 versus 2, so it doesn't really matter what one Ash does. But if she would have died there, the defense can regain control of Piano, and I think that's another type of story. If they manage to do that. But we don't see a retry here, so Kitchen defense it is.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Blind Owl so far. I mean, we've seen them take the first round, but that second floor plays, it just kind of seemed like there was a lack of direction in how they wanted to go about defending it. I mean, the roam was very loose, didn't seem well coordinated. I mean, we saw 2 players get completely caught off guard there, and I think that just kind of speaks to kind of a not really sure where they want to kind of hold here, and we saw the devastating impact that it had there. So I do kind of wonder how Blind Owls is going to try to take this approach on the first floor, because this requires a little bit more coordination between the floors. It's not like you have 2 islands here. They need to work in tandem, otherwise you're not getting anywhere. So I do wonder what the tactic is there, but it does seem like, judging from the castles, they're going to go for a more angled approach.
Yeah, E-Tech now trying to breach the top floor, I would say. Yeah, and they will accomplish that in a minute. They still have to fight against Tubarão, which is, without any electrical thing, just a time thing. I'm not sure if I like the exact placement of the exothermic charge there. But the breach is getting opened earlier than the Tubarão expected, I would say. The C4 is getting shot from the thermite there, important to secure the Yosa shield. And yeah, now they have Tubarão close, K9, the Dokkaebi flashes herself, and yeah, easy kill for the Tuba there.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough. I think they're kind of getting choked up on this breach here big time, and it shows considering how things have gone as well, but there is a potential K9 walk-up. However, with the shield getting broken by the impact, a very great play coming in, allowing for Crack to take a triple kill here, going on an absolute tear. However, Display is trying to make something out of it, but that ain't gonna happen. Hauser shutting that down. Yeah, that breach was a big choke point for the NEXUS77.
Yeah, and I think we just saw a reason why I hate Diosa. Because even if you have a position like that, like 1 impact, 1 C4, and you can't, like, okay, you can shoot a C4 if you're fast enough, but like maybe the positioning from the Diosa is more what's bugging me, because it was in the middle of the bridge, so you couldn't really rotate in and out of it without any risk. So if you place it more on the side of the bridge, you can get in safely behind the shield and then use it. But like that, you had to be behind the OWLS shield to use it safely. And that's not very flexible. Because as we saw, impact, shield gone, player gone.
Yeah, it could definitely be kind of tough to work with. And that did kind of seem like it was a bit of a crutch coming in from NEXUS77, as they didn't really have a means to establish any meaningful pressure onto Blind Owls. But I don't really think that that's going to be much of an outlier for a problematic trend for NEXUS77, because I mean fundamentally they still have a strong attack, but this does prove a little bit troubling if Blind Owls takes advantage of it, as it does prove to them definitively that the key to backing off NEXUS77 is to play around your util and honestly hold back the time. And we are seeing a little bit of that. Ruko with the smoke, although I'm not sure how effective it is in accomplishing a mission. We do have Lola up and Crack with the Azami and the Jaeger, so that will help substantially with stalling huge time against NEXUS77. But how they hold off this library, I think, will be a big indicator of what's to come for this round. Because NEXUS77 has to push through it. Somebody like J9T or Appa have to get in there and displace Lol or Crack, or they're going to be in for some big struggles here.
Yeah, and now they realized how important library backing is, so they have rotated the Kabitaro there. And he's the best operator to do, because he can fire up the Kiva barriers and positions. So these defenders have to move, and there would have been maybe a kill for him in there if he wasn't in the drone. But yeah, maybe the rest of the attack has now more room to breathe. But it doesn't really look like it, because this long angle is just a nuisance. But yeah, if you just peek it unnecessarily as the defender, you get your head taken off. And now the attack can maybe flood onto Pillar and onto Library and the blue stairs. And they can get it down on the Jaeger, which is very important.
Oh, they took the blue stairs player too. Train going down. This is a really bad situation to be in. The vertical completely collapsing with 50 seconds to spare. Where was the rest of your team when Lol and Crack were getting pinched down by Library? That support wasn't there from Blind Owls. I like the idea of choking out Nexus from that position. That's exactly what you should do. But the support just wasn't there. And Trend didn't come up until it was way too late. When Crack was taken down, it was already a misstep. And going down as well makes that situation even worse. However, Luca looking to turn this around, going on the aggressive, manages to take one. Hauser taking another, onto blue stairs. This could be the turnaround they need. They need to offset this pressure. They're still down a player, but this is much more doable. With 13 seconds left on the clock, they're gonna have to keep their heads up. Ruka doing just that, able to take Alpha. They're gonna be both walking in towards Bar. Another pick coming in from Hauser. That's gonna be a double kill. 3 seconds left. Has to take one to try to go for a plant, but can't find any openings, and the time will run out as Blind Owl successfully turns it around.
Yeah, what do I think about this round? It's as you said in the round, we have 3 people top floor, 2 people down, but it doesn't seem like the 2 people downstairs support the people up there. There would have been ways to do that. I think it was a mute and a smoke. Like, you can definitely smoke piano hallway from underneath. You can open up the floor in mezzanine, like in bar, and then throw a smoke canister there. So you can delay even more. And you can make up verticals again in Pillar to deny that someone's walking from K9 to Pillar and just shoots your guy playing Pillar. But like, you maybe could have gone for flank. You could have gone for C4 into office. You could have tried something, but it just felt like the 3 people on top were on their own and all stuck in their position. And then they didn't realize that their win con was just time and trying to play even more slow. Because I think if the Azami doesn't peek there and gives the life away, the round doesn't even get close. Because the attack has so little opportunity, so little gadgets, to clear such positions. And the Capital was on the other side. So, yeah, if the defense just plays their positions, I would say, and doesn't over peak, they can get here every round. Because I think they bring the attack back into the round by peaking.
Oh yeah, I believe there is definitely some major room for recourse there, because by the books, they did it right. It was just they didn't really have flank watch really established, because when you're in a desperate situation like that, like we saw with Blind Owls, you're gonna get aggressive, because you know if you hold out, you're gonna get stomped, especially if you're starting out on site. This is something that you have to anticipate and have some level of readiness for. And unfortunately for Nexus, they didn't really have it. They didn't have anything in place, and that allowed the Blind Owls to push out, which was massive in changing the narrative. Because when you're pushing into sight on an even 2v2 with no vertical support, that is terrifying. That is far from ideal. But if they could have been able to keep their numbers up, had a little bit more cautiousness in their flank watch, that easily could have been NEXUS77's round. So I don't think either team's out of the picture. This is going to be very close. Crack already getting an early pick to take out J9T. That's not a good start that you want, as that's your bug. Oh, jeez. Sorry. That's your flashes. You know, that's your soft destruction. And now both of those are gone. I mean, you do have the Ash and you have Molotov with the breach charges, but that's not good, especially when you got Clash on the board as well. You want to keep your numbers up and try to pinch them out, and numbers getting even worse. Soft breach potential going down as well as Damien gets taken out in turn, and we're gonna see Driss Plays take substantial damage from Rucka, and another down coming in too from Rucka and Lolga, as Displays and Molotov will be able to flush them out. Now bringing it back to a 3v3. However, Thatcher is still very low, 5 HP. Clash comes in and gets a little bit of a zippy zap. That's it for Thatcher here, but it doesn't look like she's going to be able to catch or spot anyone. There is still some heavy presence down by first floor from NEXUS77, but I think having them locked out actually could be in Blind Owl's favor here, as long as they don't give an opening here.
Yeah. Now we are seeing that they need to get information, they need to find these defenders. They know where the Clash is, but it doesn't really help for the moment, because you can't really do anything against her, except pushing or yeah, EMPing her. I'm not sure if EMPing her really does do much. Like, you still have 3 MP, so you can throw all of them onto the Clash if needed. But yeah, defense, they can farm these kills with the information from the Clash, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Did you see what happened there? Clash used her slow to prevent Ace from being able to get onto site with good timing. By the time they got there, Frost was all ready to sweep things up and take them down. And that's, love that play from Clash. I usually don't like Clash at all. Not only is she annoying as hell, she's also just not that strong in general. Like, having a shield on defense, okay, I guess. But when you use it like that to get information on where the enemy attackers are moving, and using that to slow down the diffuser, the carrier, in a time crunch situation like that, that is where Clash really shines in those kind of situations. That's extremely scary, and unfortunately for NEXUS77, they had nothing to answer it, but they have no timeout remaining, and they're now faced with a match point situation. Overtime, best case scenario. Blind Owls has really picked it up on their defense at forcing these choke points on NEXUS77 and gashing them at the jugular when they try to make a move past those choke points. this is a great adaptation for Blind Owls. We talked about that, how Blind Owls has found the gap in NEXUS77's plays, and they are exploiting it to full effect. If NEXUS77 can't find a way to minimize their losses and get through these choke points at a faster tempo, I think Blind Owls will win Nexus's map pick, which is not a good start.
Yeah, and very normal start into round from the back to go into library, which is not normal that we see an Echo playing with the shotgun. I think today is shotgun day. Earlier the Bandit, now the Echo. I'm curious to see where he plays, because I don't really have a intuitive feeling that kitchen dining is a good side to play shotgun. But we'll see if he can prove me wrong or not.
Hey, there's always a possibility, especially if Echo hides by closet. I mean, that shotgun can put into work. Personally, I hate the Supernova with every single fiber of my existence. I know one of my caster buddies, Kevin with the K, was it Kevin? I can't remember which caster it was that I worked with in the past. It might be Platypus.
You can trust that what you're saying in input me there, because the shotgun is one of the best sounding in the game, especially with the suppressor, so I'm a little Supernova connoisseur, but I would rarely ever play it, because the other options are way better, and way better for the defense is also taking out the bug again as an entry frag. Second time in a row.
And here's my question. Where's the follow-up on that? You can't have your entry, J19, going down like that, and there's no one there to back up. And look at how NEXUS77 is spread out so far. They don't have anything to show for it. No space to show for losing that player. And they lose another. That's going to be their hard breacher. Volatile, now down. And I don't even think they got the main wall. Appa going down as well as Lalo picks up a double kill. Trying to waltz in West Main, and that is not happening. But here's a neat situation. Damien's on site. I don't think anyone's ready for it. And now they have easy access to Diffuser. But considering there's a massive crossfire closing in, they're not going to have a saving grace. As Blind Owls takes map 1.
Yeah, they got their redemption on Chalet, at least. And yeah, 7-5 is not quite as dominant as it could have been. But I have a great feeling for them, that especially with showing that they can play Clash on Chalet, that in the best of 3 they have the upper hand, because we got Nighthaven as a decider, and you can see Clash being picked there and slowing down the attacks even more, which on Nighthaven is an even bigger problem. And I think one of the biggest issues we had this whole match for both attacks was time. So showing you have the Clash, showing you can play her, even if you lose Skyscraper, I think Blind Owls is set up to take this match latest on Nighthaven.
Oh yeah, I think time is easily the greatest weapon that Blind Owls has to their favor when it comes to playing on defense. They leverage it so well, and they have a strong utility matrix. But let's not discount NEXUS77 yet, because keep in mind that when they go for the roam, they do get some pretty good impact out of it. Although it's not perfect, sometimes it does go a little bit harshly, but they do have that potential to really put on a good showing with the roam. And this Skyscraper can really go both ways. Depending on how you send it, depending on your configurations, you can stall the time massively with a roam, and that utility can be dang near impossible to dissect. But now that we know what both of these teams are made of, we have a better idea of where their strengths and where their struggles are going to be. I think it's going to be kind of similar to Chalet, but if NEXUS77 can find a way to streamline their attack, they could be able to turn this around on Blind Owl's map, just as Blind Owls did the same. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a quick break, so stay tuned for that, and we'll have Game 2 ready for you in just a moment. All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be moving on to the second map. This is going to be Blind Owl's pick of Skyscraper. Juan, if you don't mind, give us a little breakdown of what we just saw from Game 1 and what we could potentially expect from Game 2 and who's looking to possibly be on top here.
I think we've seen a Chalet with good defenses, the attack having troubles to get through the defenses, and additionally the time being an enemy for the attack. And Skyscraper, it can be the same depending on how well the defense spreads out through the map, because you can, if you play either side on the second floor, you can play the whole floor. You can delay the attack continuously. Depending on the operator bans, you can delay the breaches for filling hours. So, yeah, maybe we even get some sheer play. Maybe that was the trouble for the attacks, because maybe these teams are used to attack with a shield. So maybe they need the shield to get in. But on the other hand, why didn't they pick Fuse Shield earlier? We will maybe never know. But yeah, what we know is that we go on Skyscraper. And I would say Blind Owls are in favor, because as you said, their map pick. And yeah, nothing much else to say.
Yeah, I would agree with you, except I would like to extrapolate just a little bit more on where Blind Owl's edge comes from. Skyscraper is a map that is notorious for its size, and due to the fact that pretty much in every single situation, unless you are isolating roamers, which is easier said than done due to the sheer number of fallback options, you're kind of in a bad time situation. You want to play that time efficiently, but if you don't stave off those roamers, you can get really badly hurt. And I think when it comes to sheer execution power, I think Blind Owls has that edge, and both teams are strong on the defense. It's really going to be a matter of who can pick up rounds on attack, and it looks like Blind Owls will have a better chance of doing that because they have the ability to slip in through the cracks, which is not something we really saw much on NEXUS77's side, which is going to be essential for forcing that time dynamic back in your favor. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go through a quick ad read, and then once that is out of the way, we will go into our next match.
Huge shout out to IT Discount 24 for sponsoring the PBX Pro Series 6. IT Discount 24 is your refurbished IT partner. Head on over to their website or eBay shop posted in the chat to find all your refurbished PC needs. Whether corporate or private, they'll have you covered.
Thank you again to IT for sponsoring the stream. And with that being said, let's get this party started. Now, obviously, there's going to be a Monty ban. Now, this is a map where I would fully expect a Ying ban. I would be surprised if that didn't come through. The Azami, we can likely expect that. Do we think there's going to be any more specific or targeted bans in lieu of what we saw from Game 1? We know what both of these teams' struggles are. So what are we thinking here?
I don't think that early in the tournament you're gonna see targeted bans. I would expect them later in the tournament, especially if you've seen the enemy team play the exact map you're trying to target ban on stream. But yeah, right now it's probably just multi-blitz ban, and it's not, because Ying, as you said, is for the Blind Owls a bigger issue onto Skyscraper, which is totally fair, because like if you play Office, 2 Candelas and everyone on site is basically blinded. And yeah, Asami too, it just makes it really painful to attack any room on Skyscraper, because there's like in every room there's some little stuff, little cubby, a drum or something like that you can put a keybar on, and it makes it so strong.
Oh yeah, I would strongly agree with that. I mean, that's kind of what makes it so tricky to play this map in general. But now with the map bans out of the way, as we kind of predicted, the only thing that was quote unquote different was Mira, but we literally saw that from the last game. So effectively, much of the same, pretty much. And like you said, that makes sense. That's kind of what we can expect. But unfortunately, for Nexus, I don't think they can really afford that. I think they needed to ban operators that allow for for heavy hunkering down, like maybe a smoke ban, or maybe, you know, like a lesion ban, because both Damien and Driss plays were able to, or I'm sorry, not those two. But I think for NEXUS77, those would be the bans that they need, because Blind Owls got a lot of impact out of smoke, out of mute, those kind of operators. I mean, obviously the Azami's kind of standard, so there's not too much praise to be given there. It's still a good ban either way. But I think that on the side of Nexus, they needed to focus their bans on those that can really lock things up. And I don't think Mira can do that as well as people think she can. But as far as Blind Owls, I don't think they really have much to worry about, because they're the ones who are forcing the matter when it comes to their defense. But we're not on the defense attack and defense. NEXUS77 will be the one starting with the defense. And with that being said, first site is going to be Tea Room and Karaoke.
Yeah, we see another time of glass. Interesting to pick it here, I would say, because you don't have that big or line of sights to instantly look at. You just need to get into the black and then look through the complete hallway. But yeah, you don't really have to pick it as a defender, and you can work around it. And yeah,
it looks like
but we'll see. The blitz is a big part of it.
Yep. They're going to try to go for a force plan. We saw them do it in defense with massive success. That's a huge pick. Trent able to pick Damien. However, they do spot the blitz. I think they have an idea of what's to come. They do throw out the smoke canister in advance. That is going to slow down his push. But Low does manage to pick up J19. That's going to be a huge pick. And they run through it anyway. The smoke's now going down. They're already on B side. They're going for the plant. The smoke's going down as well. There's no warden in sight. Ruka able to pick off Driss as well. Appa going down. This is a huge start for Blind Owls. Remember, all it takes is really for one round of attack, and you're already in a huge situation. And Molotov, unfortunately, backed in the corner, does manage to barely down Crack, though. But at 45 HP, all the way in Geisha, this is going to be a rough push, especially with the Lionsgate coming in. Here comes a swing, and unfortunately, Molotov is not ready, as Trend will take that for a flawless round. A blistering start for Blind Owls, and a devastating round loss that Nexus can't really afford on such a defender-heavy map.
Yeah, it also looked like we didn't see the overview, but in my feeling, of course it was a blowout because it was a 1 against 5 in the end, I would, if I recall correctly. So they didn't have anything against that play. And they're retrying it now. They're picking a warden. They're picking a Goyo to slow down the attack. And yeah, let's see if they reinforce top black to Karaoke completely, which would make it harder for this to happen and slower, but still quite good possible. Yeah, maybe they don't get caught on a run-up again, but we'll see.
Yeah, indeed, we'll see what happens with there, but that either way, this does spell for a rough start for Nexus, and a strong play from Blind Owl. Such a good force plant. And I'm almost starting to think that this is something that Blind Owls regularly implements into their plays. You know, if you can do it, get away with that twice, that tells me that it's not even a narrative of getting away with it. You just have a solid plan and are able to set it up with adaptability. Like we saw right there, clearing out the Shrine player with Train. Such a good move, right? Because that could have been a big problem, having a run out like that, especially if Impact disabled those Claymores, could have been really problematic. But having that flexibility and being able to take one prior to the push, even through the smoke, shows that Blind Owls have done this and they know how to make it work. But here comes the potential first pick of this next round. You know that there's a hop in. There's the Dekebi calls. So far, no one really catching each other. Low does spot J9T, who is a bit cornered there, but does have a bit of a fallback, is going for the push, possibly to go for a swing here. But so far, no one's really made any real contact, and Blind Owls now looking to get this first floor cleared. There is one towards stairs. Does narrowly miss that angle. Doesn't expose herself quite yet. But, I mean, this is kind of what you need to do on Skyscraper. You can't let the vertical go unaccounted for, especially when Molotov has a nitro in hand, which can be quite troubling.
I'm very curious about the smoke play right now, because he could easily smoke some bit off there and yeah, just delay some more time and get himself more breathing room and choose which gunfight he wants to take. But there are also no help from above, like no verticals, no nothing. And I think that's a big problem on these defenses, like we saw on Chalet.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have everyone going down on basement like that, you want to have some kind of vertical setup. And you have the shotguns to do it too. Molotov with a shotgun, or Apple with a shotgun. Everyone has a shotgun, and yet no one used it. And you have your smoke player on basement? I can't agree with that. And speaking of things that are not easy to agree to, for NEXUS77, Crack will be able to take another down. That's gonna be Molotov. It's now a 2v5. This is not the map that you want to be in a deficiency going into attack. And the fact of the matter is, Blind Owls always has the round, which is already more you can ask for, but they are starting to make a turnaround. Damien and Appa managed to take two. However, Crack takes one, now going for the plant. There was a little bit of hope here, but now Appa's stuck in a crippling situation. A 1v3. Gonna have to take one here, and soon they do spot Appa. This means it's gonna be a raw gunfight, or at least it seemed like it was when the shots from the back come out. And that's gonna leave Blind Owls with another round.
Yeah, their attacks, they look much better on Skyscraper than they did on Chalet. And now we can see why they picked the map. Because if you're not only feeling comfortable on defense, but also on attack, then that's a situation where a map is really yours.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, we'll see if they can advance this lead. Like, if they come up in a 4-2 or so from this attack, the map is theirs. They they shouldn't be able to lose it anymore. But it's Siege, so it is definitely possible. And we again see Appa with the bayonet shotgun. It's looked like he's a little connoisseur of that shotgun.
Yeah. No, I mean he's been doing rather well with it. Oh, what is that? Do you see what I see, Juan? Look at Blind Owl's composition. What do you spot?
Oh, the Yamaru.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it's happening, Juan. I think they're gonna really try to go for it on Armory. I want to see this happen. I want to see the hop up into Office with Amaru. That would be crazy. But the question I have, oh yeah, they do have smokes. Look at that. Holy moly, 3 sets of flashes. You've got a set of claymores and you've got smokes. Oh, I don't know if Nexus is ready for another force plant, but Blind Owls certainly seems like they're gonna go for the motion here, and that is really scary. You do have J19 from below, takes the fight, does manage to get down Tren Jack, but doesn't secure the kill, does manage to take another. That's a huge blow, getting both Buck and Ash. There's still another down on first floor, and that's gonna be Ruka able to take displays. Molotov taking Ruka. It's not looking too hot as far as a force execute, especially with your star player now out of the picture. That is a disastrous initial entry. The first floor getting absolutely swept. Maybe it's overzealousness? I don't know. Either way, this is going to be a tough situation to try to turn around. They had this all set up for that one particular purpose, and now that option's not even available.
Yeah, but you can't, like, of course you want to do it somewhat fast maybe, but you can't just do it right away. You need to lure and bait away the defenders from this position. They shouldn't be able to tell that you're in the master area, because if you know someone is in the master area, the people above are aware of it. So if they hear Namaru, they are aware of it, that it could be the hatch. So you need to lure them into karaoke and tea side, and then maybe just open up VIP,
Whoa.
and Valkyrie just gets another kill on the same angle, and then you can like open up the office wall, and then you can go for the plant. But you have to have pressure from other sides, so the defenders have to look the other way, because if they can just look at the plant, yeah, well, of course it won't happen. And at this time, oh my god, that upper.
Yee.
Like
Well,
at that
scary.
time, like of course the Valkyrie is gonna pick you, and they haven't had really information on the Valkyrie. They didn't have any utility towards the Valkyrie, so yeah, 3 frags for her. And now, as you said, the round is probably for the defense.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of options here. They do get a crucial down, though, some side presence, but J19 going to pick up the triple kill there with Molotov to finish the job. Nexus going to pretty much have a sweeping victory there, as the initial entry just went disastrous for them. And I do like them trying to keep that momentum, that aggression on clearing the vertical. That was the right play. But the problem is, Nexus knows that Blind Owls full sends it there. And instead of having some support from above to displace players holding those angles, maybe have someone hop in from Shrine and get a little bit of drone information, I think Blind Owls overheated there. I think they got overzealous. They thought they could just full send it, swing out, and be able to take all the space they want. And that is the complete opposite of what happened. So I think Blind Owls, if they want to continue to be as devastating as they have been down below, they need to slow the hell down. And especially if you're going to go for a force plant, make sure you have the right keys to go for it. Because before, they had the setup, and they were able to take a huge entry pick, thanks to Trin, and that allowed them to full send it, even with the smoke still up. However, this was a completely different situation. They needed vertical control, and they didn't take the right steps to do it, and they got punished for it.
Yeah.
And then the rest, and they got punished for it extremely, because they just didn't drone. They didn't have any really much information. They didn't take the gunfights the right way, and that just kind of led to disaster. And the other things, they didn't really account for how Nexus was going to adapt to this heavy vertical presence. And that's where the fault lies, on Blind Owls. But now lies another opportunity. We're seeing similar investment from Nexus down on first floor. Blind Owls has an opportunity to make correct of this, or even possibly forego the vertical altogether. But, I mean, with Damien and Juris plays on the Valkyrie and Pulse, those are two dangerous ops you can't really ignore. But they do have Crack, and that's going to be the Nook going below to possibly dissect that. But when you got two intel ops like that, that's a big ask to go in alone like that.
Yeah, especially as a Nook, you know where the default camps are. And of course, if you know your enemy maybe and know points of interest, you can you can predict where Valkyrie camps could be. So you could predict where to activate your gadget. But there is still a possibility, if you dodge all the Valkyrie camps, that just a pulse sees you on his scanner if he's positioned right. So not really sure what they want to do with them, with her. Probably pushing targets who are targeted by Deimos. And yeah, correct. He gets the opening frag. They thought they would see him in the bulletproof camp. They didn't. And yeah, the refrag is there, but still, the advantage for the attack is there, and it is needed. And they throw it away.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, Blind Owls is overheating big time here. They took two-person lead, and then they just walked straight into a bloodbath, right? Completely exposing themselves to Shrine, which that was a 50-50. That wasn't as bad, except for the fact there was no backup. but the just waltzing into drum like we saw from Train, that was not as excusable. That was just a bad move all around. And now look at that. Now the lead is gone as Molotov takes Rucka. There's a one-player lead, and ooh, what a nice nitro coming in from Damien to take both out. This is what I'm talking about. The overheating. You cannot walk into these kinds of things. Skyscraper is not a map with choke points like that where you can just waltz in and expect impact. Diligence is a requirement on Skyscraper. You really can't full send it like you can on other maps, especially not without information and without doing your due diligence. If you don't do that, you're going to get stomped, just like we saw there. But either way, the damage is already done. 2 rounds is already significant, in favor of Blind Owls, no matter how many rounds NEXUS77 picks up. But considering how there's still 2 more rounds to go, if Blind Owls can pick up another one and turn it into an even split, that is dangerous territory for NEXUS77. Really dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, barbecue defense. I'm not sure what I think of the setup, to be honest, or at least of the operator picks. Like, I think the Maestro is you have to get the Maestro or some other Intel operator, so you don't get overrun somewhere. And Solus is great for the retakes if they get a plant down or spotting the plant, or also, of course, denying some droning for clearing the room. But yeah, the attack, they definitely want to get the top floor early and play vertical with their ram. I don't agree with, again, Picanosa, but that's the point the Blind Owls and I will disagree till eternity, I guess.
Yeah, that's going to be you against the world, I'm afraid.
I have Jesse on my side. I'm good. But yeah, we'll see if they can breach it. Geisha for the time, and they can. They found the jammer. And now, can they put also pressure onto Geisha? Or will it just be some kind of, fake pressure? It does look like the Fenrir is looking for the jump out. He is, and he gets the entry. He gets down, but he can jump in again. So he's kind of safe. But the Zorus is getting taken out, and now the defense is in a difficult position because they need to pick up the Fenrir to get the man even count. But no one is in a position to get him. And that really is difficult to organize right now.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much have a tough decision to make. Do you go upstairs and try to get that revive, or do you accept the fact that that player is a downer, especially with a quarter health? And the only person who can do that is Appa, especially when Ruka takes Damien as well, as they establish full vertical control. It seems like that's not going to happen. And J19, running out of time, is going to be a goner there, which means that now there's a 2v3 with Nexus at the disadvantage. Blind Owls does have one. They have the ram up, starting to get that vertical, trying to look for players over by kitchen side. This is kind of where that Maestro pick starts to backfire. You want to have Maestro to be able to encourage lurking and extensive roaming, so you have eyes on sight and keep lines of fires close to your Maestro cams. But because the player count is now down by 1, you're not really going to be able to capitalize on that in the ways that you were hoping for. So I do kind of wonder where NEXUS77 goes from there. But they are starting to run out of time with 25 seconds. Someone's got to make the move. But right now, NEXUS77, both players are above right now. They're retaking the vertical space and have completely abandoned sight. And so far, it's worked. Molotov able to take Ruka over from Black Stairs. And this uncertainty could be really bad as Molotov takes Hauser as well. And now they have to deal with 2 players above. You've got to deal with Maestro cams. This is a perfect turnaround in order to leverage your utility. A perfect play coming out from NEXUS77 as the Mute finishes the job. Wow.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you need to do. Like, the good thing there is they invited, or they take from the Blind Owls. They picked the ram, and there was like, yeah, of course, opening up the complete floor, okay. But then you have to keep someone upstairs to defend these angles. Even even a man advantage, you should be able to do it. You should be able to have enough cams to get all the information you need, and then have one being able to secure that the top 4 angles are yours. Because like we saw, like both defenders had shotguns, so they could have made them their own angles if they needed to, but like being presented the complete floor open because of a ram, well, that's just heaven. Yeah, and I think that's what we need to see more from both teams. Rotates throughout the map, and not in the sense of retaking if the site is lost, but also retaking some area the roamers have lost, or as an attacker, just starting somewhere, making pressure, and rotating somewhere else. So there's a free space you can take.
It's where that information matrix becomes so important on Skyscraper, which we've already established is kind of a weak point of Blind Owls, and NEXUS77 being able to exploit and abuse that perfectly. I mean, we're already seeing a blind Watson. Well, okay, not blind anymore. You've got a drone at the helm, so that is a good change from Blind Owls. But I think they're seeing it more as an ends to a means to an end rather than anything else. And, oh, they do spot one. There comes the nade, but gonna be able to crouch away. Just cannot get her to expose that head. Impact coming out. Here's the raw one-on-one fight. This pick is gonna be huge, and oh, Crack can't get it. That is not a good tempo setter for Blind Owls. That pick needed to happen, but I think using those nades was a big mistake. Giving away that you're there, and without the proper support, as we saw with Train going down as well, and now low as well. Not a good initial entry. That one failure from Crack resulted in a cascading effect, and now Blind Owls is not going to be able to get anything more than these 2 rounds unless they can truly whip up a miracle here. You've got Nexus spread out like the wings of an eagle, and now you have to figure out how are you going to close those wings and collapse and pinch on them. That's the question that Blind Owls has to answer.
Like it feels like if the Blind Owls can do what they plan to do, and they get through with it, but if they get disrupted and challenged at what they want to do, then they fall apart pretty quickly, and everything gets chaotic, and nothing gets done in the way they wanted it to be. And I think that's exactly how you should work around as a defender. Like, you have to disrupt the attack.
They're gonna go for it.
He will die.
Maybe. The flashes are about to come out. There's also smokes available. Gonna get that wall open.
Angles.
Oh, but the run out from Driss plays another crucial pick, and that's gonna prevent anything from happening here, as Damien will be the one to shut that out. That could have been something, but Damien's is just in the right place at the right time every time that round. And now with the swap, Blind Owls with 2 rounds.
Yeah, and it looked so good in the beginning, but yeah, Nexus, they adapted right to how the Blind Owls are gonna play, and 4 rounds in a row. That's very, very strong. And earlier I was talking about the Blind Owls getting the 4-2 half there, and it didn't come to my mind that Nexus could be the ones being 4-2 up, not after that first 2 rounds. And I think that's also in the minds of Blind Owls maybe. And for the mental thing, losing 4 rounds in a row, that's kind of rough. But of course, they were in the attack, so it's kind of fine still. But they need to lock in their first victorious defense now, or I don't see them making the comeback.
Now going into the second half, I do want to see kind of how NEXUS77 will adopt to a more utility-heavy playstyle, which Blind Owls has historically done, and I think this is kind of what they are likely focused on, considering, you know, having a set of flashes and Ash Charge. I think that worry is kind of in the back of their mind. But other than Wamai, they really don't have much of that. It's going to be more playstyle heavy, which I think actually kind of plays into NEXUS77's favor, as that's where they do rather well when they're able or to not get bound up by Blind Owl's utility. So this is kind of where I'm keeping a close eye on how this round develops, because I think Blind Owl's playstyle right now is exactly what NEXUS77 wants, but due to the sheer choke points that are present and power positions, I don't know if that's going to make enough of a difference. Crack now getting heavily pinched down here. Here comes the first swing from the Armory Hall. Crack gonna be able to take that first pick in the second half. Taking J19 down. The pinch starting to come down. Is he gonna be able to get more impact? And he does not, as Damien will be able to secure the refrag. However, Train goes down as well as Appa manages to pick up another. This is a really good lead, but the reswing coming in from low over by the, I believe the drum area, I forget what it's called. Able to take one in turn. That's going to help the situation. I think it's meeting room actually. Takes one down as well. And now with 1:13, they start to make their way towards drum and shrine, but with 2 players down, no more Dekebi calls coming in any longer, and we do start to see a bit of a reposition towards the vertical. This is where I wonder how Blind Owls will adapt. Nitro goes out. Does it connect? It does. Ruka gonna be able to take Molotov, and it does seem like they will reconvene over towards Shrine, which I think is gonna be a big mistake. There's still a shield available, and they don't have any means to break it down, but they do start to push. Mute does go down. However, Low Walker will be able to take one. Starts walking across. Does catch Low a little bit towards the drum hall, but isn't able to take the pick onto the balcony. 30 seconds remaining, and they've made major push-ups, but with Damien, the last one at the helm, he's going to have to play his part very carefully here. He cannot overexpose himself for even a second, as he's going to have to rotate, pick up the fuser, now down to 18 seconds. He doesn't really have any flashes or anything like that to work with here, so it's going to have to be raw gunfighting from here on out. Impact's going out, looking for an opening, but the fire damage from the impact hitting Nagoyo is all you need, apparently.
Yeah, he wasn't aware that the fire spreads this far, and yeah, 1 tick of damage and he's down. So unlucky for the bug there, and really nice idea from the defender. And yeah, now I think Blind Owls are score-wise back in the game. Only 1 difference. I think if Nexus would have gotten that round, like 5-2, that's really hard to fight against, even if you're in defense. But we'll have to see if, even if Blind Owls now get this round, if Nexus is able to adapt as good as in their defense. Because it looked like Blind Owls have good set plans and set plays, what they want to do. But Nexus seems to be the type of team who can adapt and will adapt to what you're playing. So the first few rounds are only, like, I think Blind Owls have to take the first few rounds, because Nexus will adapt quicker and better than them.
Potentially. I think it really comes down to, again, how Nexus can deal with, you know, the roam and any util heavy compositions that Blind Owl runs, which it does look like they are going to be running that this time around. Hauser on the Cade, Ruka on the Bandit. That's going to be double electricity. You've also got Lowell with the Jaeger, hunkering down big time on utility, and Nexus is running into what I would argue is directly into the trap with this heavy utility. However, they do have the Blitz, and it does look like they are going to go for a rapid vault in, but they're unsuccessful getting a single wall. They still walk in anyway, and there's the melee does manage to get down Jaeger, though it would have been a struggle. Display is able to take Ruka. Nexus throwing back at Blind Owls exactly what they did to them. Appa taking another. Hauser able to catch one, but they are falling apart like dominoes, one at a time, all collapsing. Now with Diffuser down, this is a near unwinnable situation for Crack, considering they are surrounding him on all fronts. The pre-fire coming out, minimal damage, and Crack has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Now 4 HP, Lion Scan coming in as well, and he has no option. A great play from Nexus to throw back at Blind Owls exactly what they did to them. And this is going to allow them to keep their lead and establish momentum. Though a little bit later than what Blind Owls did, which was off the rip on the first half of their attack. But this still means that there is very much an alive and real potential for them to flat out win this. As now, Blind Owls is forced to win 4 rounds in a row, lest they go into overtime.
Yeah, and as I just saw the Blitz pushing through the window and pushing through the side, I was thinking like, what the Blind Owls do to counter the Blitz, and they basically just have a 1 and an Oryx, but it's difficult to have the Oryx in a position to fight against the Blitz, to not just get shot from other attacking people. So the only thing they had was a warden, and he wasn't around. So I would have liked to see an adaptation towards the Blitz attacks, like pick a lesion or something like that, to slow down the shield, to do him some damage, so it's more easy to kill him with bullets in the foot.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of concerned for Blind Owls right now. This is looking like a near exact repeat of what we saw last round. Different position, but still generally the same play. And I don't like the fact that Blind Owls has changed nothing in their composition. You don't see a Legion, you don't see a Melusi. Like, even when Nexus wasn't that worried about a Blitz in particular, they still had one to prevent random walk-ups. This is a huge advantage that NEXUS77 has at their helm, and could be a big mistake for Blind Owls. If they can't get denied this front right here, this could be potentially disastrous for them. But the cross does come into play. Trend manages to take out J9T. However, we do see that Displays does get spotted out from the main player. A lot of damage coming out, down to 33. Displays does manage to take that pick. That's going to be Crack down. You still have full control as Trend manages to take Displays, not giving up that front whatsoever, but very well-timed hopping from Molotov, managed to take Ruka. Damien the same to take Trend. That's going to be massive space with a person advantage, unless they can't get the revive onto Apple, which it seems like there should be no reason that that will not happen.
Yeah, and like getting the opening onto the Blitz, really strong there. I'm just not sure how they did it.
Crossfire.
Simple crossfire, then it's perfect, because that's the simplest of counters. And yeah, just looked like crossfires in general was better in the mid round too.
Oh yeah.
But still, some people being very alone, not being able to get a refrag on. Now 3v2. A little time for the attack left, but they should be able to get a decent execution down. Also, they can choose to either go very similar-ish, so they can refrag each other better, or can force the defense to make decisions on where to look, and then get like a kill on someone who doesn't expect it to be pushed.
Yeah. You gotta keep in mind. Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
The problem is there's really nothing stopping them from just straight up walking in. And that's what makes this so dangerous. As we're seeing just now, a walk in. Oh no, out of ammo! Kind of whiffed it a little bit, and that meant a very prompt refrag. This is exactly what I was talking about. There was no accountability for the walk-in. Like, Blind Owls wants to adapt via playstyle, but that's not how you do it on this map. You need the utility to back you up. You need nitros, you need intel. We're not seeing a Valkyrie, we're not seeing a Pulse, we're not really seeing much impact out of nitros, if really much nitros at all, and we're not seeing anything preventing a walk-in. NEXUS77 is getting free space and is abusing Blind Owls for it. And what does Blind Owls do as an adaptation? Rather than actually try to slow down these walk-ins, they double down on their playstyle, which is exactly what Nexus wanted. A very poor decision-making coming out from Blind Owls. And now it is an overtime situation. Best case scenario, or map 3, which is looking to be very likely, though they did finally change it up with the Legion and the Frost, which is the right move, but it could be too little, too late.
Yeah, like I agree with you on the points you made with the intel, but I also would say that on the last round, the breach being vaultable, yet that you have to vault in, and it was electrified, should be enough information, enough sound to play off of, so you know that there's someone in. And yeah, maybe one of the guys a little bit sold the other one because he had some trigger discipline. But yeah, usually it should be enough information to play off of. Now we see another Amaru play. Takes a while to rotate the diffuser and stuff, so not sure if it still works, but we will see. The blitz entry should be a good enough distraction, maybe to give the Amaru some free room, but also on the other hand, the defense right now has no pressure at all, nowhere. But also now they have, because Wamai got killed from the ace.
Oh, but they do catch the blitz. That is going to be quite advantageous, as that was going to be a huge front. However, Frost goes down, so does Amaru. That's going to be due to that Frost mat picking up. However, Molotov picks up 1, but not before a refrag. It's now 2 and 2. The attempted force plant comes in, or force execute, and they do succeed with 3 picks coming back to back as they make a repush towards main. Wow! And with that, NEXUS77 flushes out Blind Owls on their map. 7 and 3.
Yeah, we totally didn't expect that to happen on this map. But Blind Owls either. So, yeah, Nexus just reading the Blind Owls like a children's book there. They didn't feel like they have much to put against the Nexus plans, and like whatever happened in the rounds, Nexus always just focused themselves, took a step back, and then was like taking a deep breath, and then making a new plan, and then they were a step ahead of the Blind Owls. They really were a little bit blind.
Yeah, I feel like Blind Owls got overzealous there, and I feel like the decision making just wasn't what it needed to be. Like, I get it. This map does allow for a lot of roaming. No one's denying that. What is contentious, however, is full sending that roam, not having anything for a walk-up, which, similar to how you can rotate freely, so can they. Well, except for in between floors, it's a little bit tougher there. But that's not where the problem lied. But the fact of the matter is that the shot calling, I'm not sure what decision making was going on Blind Owl's side, but it just wasn't there. There wasn't enough. The adaptation to try to slow down with Frost and Legion came way too late. And even then, I still don't think that was enough, considering NEXUS77 showed no intentions to stop with their force executes, considering how much success they had. And how couldn't it? When you're investing this much into the roaming, and you don't really have anything to stop them from just going in and doing whatever they want, and the droning is rather poor, and the intel is also poor as well. I mean, you're kind of just begging for NEXUS77 to run something like that, especially when you did the same thing to them. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to say, you know what? We're better. Especially when we're up 2 rounds. let's give them a little taste of their own medicine. And that's 100% what just happened. I'm very surprised that both teams lost their map pick. That is not something I expected, to say the least. But either way, we saw a little bit much of the same with NEXUS77 on Chalet, but we did see one hell of a twist coming in from Skyscraper. And with that, we will be moving on to Nighthaven. Any last thoughts on this match and what we've seen so far before we move on to map 3?
No, I'm ready for the break. And we'll see you for Nighthaven.
Yep. All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost down to the last map for this BO3 before we move on to the upper bracket BO1. We just witnessed Skyscraper, and boy, was that a doozy. With a 2-round lead, they were looking really good, forcing 2 rounds on defense, Blind Owls. But then NEXUS77 came up and completely shut them down when it was, or I'm sorry, when Blind Owls was on attack. But when NEXUS77, it was their turn, they sweep the floor. I believe they actually only lost, what was it? Yeah, 1 round on attack. A very startling change, because we've seen how Chalet likes to be util heavy on our Chalet, and they do a very good job at it. Very good. And run the time down amazingly. But they completely abandoned that mindset on Skyscraper, and it had devastating consequences, allowing for NEXUS77 to win that out through decisive force executes, which were done well due to how massively dispersed Blind Owls was without proper utility support. So now we move on to the decider, where it's much more forgiving to go for an anchor heavy composition. What do you think here? Who do you think is going to potentially come out on top in this best of 3? Because honestly, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I think it's like you can make set plays on Tonight Heaven, but also a lot of adaptability is needed. So it depends if Blind Owls can get in more defenses, so they have a chance to get this map. And I think if they want to have a chance, they should bring out the Clash even more, like they did on Chalet. But we'll have to see that. And before we can see that, I think we'll have another ad roll from our sponsors.
Huge shout out to IT Discount 24 for sponsoring the PBX Pro Series 6. IT Discount 24 is your refurbished IT partner. Head on over to their website or eBay shop posted in the chat to find all your refurbished PC needs. Whether corporate or private, they'll have you covered.
You know, it takes guts to say that you want more Clash, but I can't believe I'm saying this. I think I agree with you. Blind Owl's got some pretty big brain impact out of that. And we are going to see Blind Owl or Nexus go for the Blitz ban, which I'm surprised by. And then the Monty ban, which I'm not surprised by. I really wasn't expecting Nexus to be the one to bring out the Blitz ban. I would have thought Blind Owls would be the one to do it just because of how devastated they were by it. But I guess neither of the teams really want to put up with it on this map. And we will see a zombie ban for that warehouse balcony. Nothing new there. But I think this next ban will be, again, a mix-up. But considering it's Nexus with this pick, I think we are going to see a Mira ban. Even though I really don't see the strength of her on this map. Oh, no way! They target banned with a Clash! Holy crap! Okay, one, you were cooking with that. You were cooking with the Clash comment. Holy crap. And NEXUS77 called it perfectly. They banned the Clash. Oh, that sucks for Blind Owls. If that was your magnum opus to turn this around, I would be pissed. I would be upset if I was Blind Owls right now. Oh man, that's gotta sting. Wow, what a good ban. But with that said, we are gonna be starting off on basement. Oh no, we just had a disconnect. We might have to go on a rehost since we're in the prep phase. But again, I love that ban. Last time they banned Mira, which I didn't think was very impactful, and going for Clash instead, Galaxy brain move. Honestly, because I would not be surprised if they tried to bring that up to close out this map.
Yeah, we'll go to your cam, go to our camps while we have the rehearse happening in the background. And yeah, I think normally you could have the Clash as a default ban for Night Heaven, because especially for the top floor and the basement, not so much for the basement, but for the top floor especially, if there's a Clash on site somewhere, she's locking down one half of the map you can push from, and then it gets really, really hard. The good thing is, through those shield bans, the Ying is still up. So I think the new interest point for the attacks is how to utilize the Ying. And I'm not sure, we've rarely seen some Wamai or Jaeger stuff. So I think the team who catches on Ying first forces the enemy team to play Jaeger and Wamai to have a chance against the Candelas.
Yeah.
And yeah, but also you have I don't know what the defense can also do against the Ying there, because I think you have to be aware of some back Daimos vertical plays also, and it gets really, really difficult to find a lineup working against all that at once. So you have to choose the biggest threat for yourself and then adapt what the attack throws against you. And finding the right timing, always difficult, especially with our repicks, because the attack can just always change in the prep phase.
Yeah. I think with the bans that we are seeing so far, I think they heavily benefit Nexus. I think this is huge. The fact that Ying is still on the board, the fact that Blitz is gone, the fact that Clash is gone, I think are big hits against it, or I think is going to be a big boon for NEXUS77 and a big negative for Blind Ones, because we've seen how they use Blitz. They were the ones who started that whole shtick, and we've also seen them pull the Clash as well. And these are both operators that can benefit the second floor substantially when Blind Ones has to put up with it. But now they don't have either. They don't have Clash to play off of second floor when they defend, and they don't have Blitz to create space when they play off second floor. That site is going to be an absolute nightmare for them. That site is basically undoable for them because of those picks. Not to mention, from what we've seen on Skyscraper, we're seeing a much more roam-heavy model coming in from Blind Ones. And this is where I don't really... This is looking kind of... We haven't even seen the first round yet, so anything can change. But this, from what we're seeing so far, this is kind of bleak for them, not having two of their meat and potatoes operators out of the question.
Yeah, I also think we have seen from Nexus especially a lot of glass play. So you can't, even if they don't play the Ying, you have to bring the Warden. So you have a small window of opportunity there. But in general, there's so much stuff to be aware of. I think the advantage of the top floor, where the Ying is prime 2 and not your biggest, I think your biggest threat with some vertical stuff, you have everyone relatively close together. You can rotate pretty much very safely from one side to the other, even if you don't go through the side itself. And yeah, that's probably a bigger issue for the first floor and the basement. And because on those sides, it's more of a decision. Do you want to play a roam? How do you play it? And what do you do with it? Because on both sides, you can play only the top floor and play everything vertically, but you gotta lock in the top floor, and I'm not sure if I would rely on that as a blind OWLS, because Nexus, they will try to run you down where you expect it the least, and I'm not sure with a map this big, you can have every attack angle on your mind, and yeah, that's just gonna be very, very difficult.
Yeah, But I do think there is a bit of an equalizer for Wild Ones, which will allow them to stay in the fight. And that is going back to their roots. On Chalet, anchor-heavy positioning. They need anchors like they couldn't imagine now. They need them big time. They need operators, set-and-forget operators like Legion. And they're going to need operators that will provide them some kind of information or information denial, whether it's a mute or a Valkyrie. And they are going to need Wamai and Jaeger. They will need them. Because if that Yin comes out and those operators aren't available, or their utility is destroyed or pushed too far out that it doesn't stop it from hitting site directly, those are going to be big choke points. Wild Ones has to switch to a utility-heavy model. They cannot sustain the roam. Not only have they had several situations where they came out negative in the initial entry denial, but on top of that, they've also had to suffer from forced plant or executes, walk-ins, and even util spam. They can't afford it. They genuinely cannot afford it. And this map is better geared towards anchoring, in my opinion, rather than, you know, a consolidated roam lurk combination and you're not really sitting around site. I don't agree with that. I think this site or this map does better when you have 2 anchors, a lurker, and then 2 roamers sitting close on standby. That's going to be your best effort.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good approach. I think the Ying and vertical play is the big points. And yeah, I think we are ready to go in the game. If I heard the production ready in my ear, if not, break. We're going into a break. I did not understand it correctly. It takes a little bit longer, and yeah, I guess we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Sorry for the wait, folks. And starting off, we will be going into basement for our first site, which... Not sure how to feel. Actually, I think that'd probably be a good move. Not have to deal with any force plant shenanigans for the most part. Keep it stable and simple and get a clean fight for this first round.
Yeah.
What are we thinking on what to expect for this first round?
It's gonna be interesting to see because we have like the castle sometimes irritates me because how Nexus played felt very fluid and flexible, and Castle is an operator who locks things down and puts your flexibility into some borders. But yeah, on the other hand, it's a big roam, and they will try to challenge the attack everywhere on the map. But on the other hand, we have a Nurk, so she will try to get in somewhere sneaky and cut off some defenders when they are rotating back. And yeah, I'm curious who can achieve the goal better. We just saw the Ash getting some intel onto some defenders, and I think that's the right call, just opening the window and then going away.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not like an intel op, just to kind of gauge the rotations and the movements and see like what the strategy is. Because I always think of the first round as kind of a long-term gimme, or as a gimme. Like if you're gonna go a safer site like basement, you want to kind of get a better idea and a feel for what these enemies are going to be doing and how they're going to play it. And so I'd probably put some kind of intel up just to be able to better see what's going on, since you're more likely to win it regardless. Oh, this could be huge. Oh, fire too early, Crack. You got to have some trigger discipline. Appa going to be able to take that. Molotov able to take another. This is a very strong roam coming out from Nexus as they are able to get rid of Buck and Nook. No more sneaky, not anymore. That's going to be a big lead coming in as we're a minute and a half down. And so far, we have seen no basement presence and the vertical hasn't really started yet. I mean, how can you? You only have one Ash Breach charge and that's about all you got. And some soft breach charges. So this is already looking to be off to a rough start, especially as Damien comes back around and manages to take one as well. This is not the start that you are looking for if you are on Nighthaven.
Yeah, exactly. And oh my god.
It's the whip.
Like, a situation like that doesn't really give hope, does it?
No,
like you have the ping on from the Grim, and then you still don't get the gunfight. That just hurts.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that what I find so weird about that round was the lack of flush. Right? They didn't have anything really for flank watch. They didn't have anything to, flush to kind of catch roamers. I mean, sure, they had to Nook, but that didn't pay off, because Nook way overextended over towards the stairs. Or even then, it was fine. It was just not having that proper trigger discipline that really screwed her over there and allowed for a reswing. If you played patient, play it slow, and then swing out in the open, there would have been nothing J19 could have done there. Or was that J19? I can't remember. There would have been really no option there. That would have been tough all the way around. And that's kind of where, I start to question what Blind Owl's tactic is on attack, because it seemed kind of mishmashed there. Like you had one person kind of going off doing their own thing, trying to set something up a vertical, but not really having the utility for it. It just kind of seems like they're doubling up on their utility with redundancy and kind of chasing a loss, I would almost say. Like, you have a secondary hard breach with Ace. You've got Buck with flashes, and then you've got smokes on top of it. You've got Buck with the shotgun skeleton key, and then you've got Ace with the soft breach charge. It's almost like there's a lack of confidence in their compositions and keeping their numbers up.
Like, I wouldn't interpret too much into it because, yeah, sometimes alternatives are just also like not that great, and also not that great is losing your buck right in the beginning of the round. Yeah, it's a little bit weird because last round it looked like they're getting ahead of themselves, like trying to clear the mid floor before they have top floor control, and now it looked like they were really fucking everything they did, and there's teams are coming through, which definitely hurts the defense. And now in a
Wow.
4v1, the attack should be able to make it, but there's 3-1v1 for the mirror. Now it's only 1v3. They know that at least 2 people are in the garage, and maybe one from blue, but the next from blue is able to take it.
Man, you look away for 1 second and everything falls apart. That is really big in favor of Blind Owls. Being able to spot out and hunt those roamers is so big. Because if you let Nexus go uncontrolled, uncontained, they can do so much harm with that. But if you're not going to put the utility towards it, you might as well put the numbers behind it, which is exactly what Blind Owls did. Do I think it's the best optimization? No, I still think you should probably have like a Nomad, a Deimos, a Jackal, just so you can get a general sense of direction and not be so dependent on raw droning, which reduces your manpower, so you can keep your numbers up for longer, which I think is crucial for dealing with Nexus. But it still works, and it worked pretty dang well, especially when you're kind of investing too much into your roam, which I feel like it's kind of a diminishing returns kind of situation on a map like this. At some point, you gotta chill out or risk overheating, which I think Nexus kind of did here, to be 100%. But now, going into second floor, again, we've got the Mira. I do wonder if Blind Owls is going to double down on roam hunting or go for a bit more of dealing with setup, which honestly, I think they could do fine either way because they don't have anything to stop the walls from getting open, which I think is a big mistake here.
I'm not sure if it really is because you have lots of things to reinforce and to open, especially if your enemy hard reach is very generous with using them. I think they could come into a position where they would have liked another ace charge not being used here. Because if you, I don't know, try to reinforce pillar, now it's basically not possible because the edge has control over connector. But if you somehow get back control over connector and you can reinforce it, then the attack is very much funneled in. They have to come from one side and through one angle. So yeah, it's gonna be difficult. Did I just see it correctly that they did reinforce it while the ash was in connector? That would be crazy. But I guess they are crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once. I'm watching craziness right now. But, I mean, we're freaking seeing 2 players below first floor gonna get a Nitro onto Molotov, getting cracked down. That's gonna be their Ash out of the picture. However, Trent does manage to pick J19 up. I like the ideas of the Nitros, but it might be coming in too late, as Blind Owls does look to be collapsing very soon. Taking Damien, taking Molotov, taking Appa. That's 3 back-to-back, 4 back-to-back as Trent takes displays as well. Yee, man. I kind of saw the writing on the wall there, but I didn't expect it to show itself that fast. My goodness. This is kind of where things get really serious for Nexus. You now have a situation where Blind Owls is taking advantage of the fact that Nexus is so massively spread out that they can either isolate or they can full send it onto site before Nexus has a chance to reconvene. And the dangerous part for Nexus, both of those options work. Blind Owls has the ball in their court. They have so many options on how they want to play around this.
Yep.
And they've tried 2 different approaches, and both of them have worked dang near flawlessly. In fact, I think one of those rounds was a flawless. Correct me if I'm mistaken. I do
No, I think
wonder-
they always lost one at least.
Oh, then it must have been Nexus's round that was flawless. I do remember there was at least one. But either way, this kind of poses a serious question for Nexus. What do you do here? If you try to roam and you want to keep that up, which it doesn't seem like Nexus is going to continue to do that, you either get flushed out or you get swamped on site. And Blind House has the redundancy to allow either or.
Yeah. No, they try to get into the top floor again. Definitely have to do that. Fair enough. Juggling his gadgets. And the castle into storage and CC. Yeah, that's... The attack definitely has to clear out those roamers. And they can't do it right now. And yeah, the Legion gets the entry onto the ram. And no refrag there. No one in a position to take a fight. And that's just an unnecessary death there.
Yeah, it seems like Blind House is kind of splintered here. I mean, you have an initial entry, you're kind of going in blind, and you don't even have so much as a backup for a refrag. A little weird, but I mean, they do ultimately end up getting second floor, but not before losing yet another player. Just Play is going to take Lowell as well. This is not good as Appa takes another as well. What is happening, Blind Owls? And not a single refrag. Where is the backup? Where's the cavalry? They're off in the stables eating freaking hay. What's going on here? This is not good. Blind Owls had a good recipe, and now they're going for a mix of both, almost? Well, no, not really. I think they're just kind of splintered and not well consolidated here. And that could be because, whoa, that was unfortunate. Had it lined up, just fired a bit later. Appa taking a double kill there. But I think what's going on is, you know, you have a sub IGL that's swapped out right now. And and that's for Blind Owls. And I think that kind of weaker sense of direction, I think, is kind of explaining where some of the coordination is weak or is coming out as weak. I genuinely think that's what's going on here, to be honest. Is just having a sub IGL is kind of, you know, messing things up a little bit.
I'm not sure if you mix up the information, because I think it's
Nexus.
First of all,
oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
no,
it's Tris Blaze who's the sub IGL. Yeah, Ruka definitely with the difficult task here to clutch this round. Saw the Goya canister there, tried to pop it. Yeah, now he can. He gets a gunfight, but Tris Blaze, not only a good sub IGL, also a good head clicker to sub in. And yeah, like I think in break we discussed it, like having a sub IGL definitely leads to more aggressive plays, like we saw on Skyscraper.
Yeah,
and
no,
definitely makes it clear that you need a few rounds to get used to how everyone wants to play this map and get used to stuff. So of course they will be better in the later part of the match, because as a team with a set IGL, you have your things set, you know how you want to play, and as the other guys, you have to adapt. So they're being forced into that play style that really works well with them today and with their opponents. So yeah, but now 2-2, we're even again. I'm gonna see another mid-floor defense with another Echo with a shotgun. So Tris Blaze, he's likes to play it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have all the information, operators we talked about. Like they have the Echo, a Valkyrie, Solus, then they have the Mute for the Deny and the Legion for the intel of where players are stepping in. And especially with the Nurk on the enemy team, that is crucial. But now we see some other operators on the attack, which we wanted to see, and that's the Deimos and the Ying. And hopefully they can have impact.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, I guess the mix-up just came from the fact that it's just so confusing seeing how Nexus, despite playing it more aggressive, is relatively put together, and you're having these kind of issue or coordination issues from Blind Owls, and that's kind of where I had that, or incorrectly stated that, had that mix-up. So I do kind of wonder where Blind Owls is going to take this, because last round didn't really have a good showing of direction there. And they know that there's one in basement. That's going to be Molotov. They could try to isolate that player. They do go out with that mute or that scan, but they don't have anything to capitalize on it. It just seems like they don't really have a plan of action to get these players actually out of the picture. In fact, the exact opposite is happening. We're seeing Nexus taking out their entries. That's now Deimos, Trent out of the picture. That's a huge blow, as now this gives free reign for Nexus to roam without risk of getting spotted out outside of drones, which fortunately for Nexus, the droning hasn't been really a strong point of Blind Owls. I mean, look at their drones right now. They have 5 drones in pocket right now. There's no drones on the field. That should never be the case. Oh, but Crack does take one. Just plays. Gonna be able to get the refrag, and we will see J19 also meet up as well, providing additional cover. But this is what I'm talking about. You should not have a situation where you have 5 drones, and especially not your hard breacher with both drones in pocket. This is kind of where I get mixed up when it comes to the coordination, because they want to play as if they're trying to hunt down these roamers, but the support's not there. However, they do manage to just walk right on the site. We do see Ruka possibly look to go for a plant, but this is possibly not the right approach, as Damien manages to pick up Ruka, but Low does take J9T, but they're now kind of stuck in a box here, as Nexus knows that they're on site, and Nexus pretty much has the surrounding area under control. Damien taking Hauser as well, meaning that Lowell is the last one alive, about to walk right into a potential trap here, as you've got Damien, or I believe it was, yeah, Dripsy's holding the corner, and we'll be able to cut off Lowell. But I mean, this is what I'm kind of confused about here, and what I'm talking about. You're seeing a situation where Blind Owls just doesn't really have any oppressive power to them. They're not holding Nexus down, not really pinching, not collapsing, and they don't even have good information on them. And in some cases, no information, as we saw with their intel matrix of the last round. This is just a very confusing situation to witness, and it's meaning that Blind Owls is now going to be playing catch-up for the second half.
Yeah. It's definitely a difficult situation. And now for the top row defense, I really like the operator picks for the defense. Like, you got the Mirror, you got the Kite, and the Goyo. These are the 3 I really think fitting for this bomb site. Then the Bandit for additional delay on the hard breach. And Solus, of course, rounds up everything. She can tell where the drones are coming from, where gadgets are going to be used. And we see only a Thermite from the attack, which is, and a can opener from Ruka on the Grim. So it's fine. It's fine. They can breach 4 times. That should work out. But if just one of them gets tricked or gets destroyed, or one of them is killed before they breach everything, then it's going to be very, very tough. And the Bandit is in the room to trick, but he's not able to trick because there's some pre-fires coming through from the window, from downstairs. And now they have the IT breach open, but can they capitalize on it? Because only opening the IT breach doesn't really do anything. You need garage control. You need to get pressure onto site so you can walk into IT and capitalize off of it.
Right, and right now, with it being mostly just sheer gunpowder, they do have flashes and smokes, and with no Warden on the side of Nexus, there is plenty of options to take space here. J19 swinging almost into a deadly trap there, with one holding that back door. It does seem like they're able to get warehouse balcony, which is huge to them, but here comes Driss plays, who's coming in from below. This could be devastating if he's able to take this first pick here. Appa does go down, but there's still no major site control yet. Oh, there's the vault down, throws the nitro, but that's gonna miss. Does he even know there's one bottom warehouse? Oh, he doesn't, as Roka will be able to take Drispy's down. And there goes that pressure relief on Warehouse. However, Molotov will be able to calm it down just a little bit, able to take one. J19 and Molotov taking two in turn. And with J19 down, this is looking very close now with a 2v2, unless they can get a revive on a J19, as they were able to push back against Warehouse significantly with considerable success. 55 seconds to go. There's still a lot of flexibility and displacement that NEXUS77 is trying to adjust for, and this could be an opening for them to be able to get onto site and potentially win the round. J19 still not down, and with no one able to come down to revive, it's very likely he's going to stay down for the rest of this round here. 30 seconds to go. Smoke's now going out, and there goes the Planetep, but Molotov will be able to catch him through the smoke, and now it's going to be up to Lowell to try to get this plant here. Might possibly go for another, but that pillar swing is still a problem here. Tries to look for one, but can't find any, as Damien will be the one to finish that round out, giving Nexus yet a steeper lead.
Yeah, like, I think trying to plant there is a very naive approach. Like, you can't just put a smoke there and try to plant, because then the defense knows you're not walking through there, you're definitely planting there.
Well, you can hear it too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you need to put some smokes down so you can cross into office and then plant behind the bomb or something like that. Because then you have a nice angle to cover it from. And yeah, but
I honestly think it was just weak decision making there, because
yeah,
they threw the smoke, and I don't think either they didn't know that that pillar would be able to reach that far, or they really didn't have or they didn't really coordinate providing cover. Because if you watch pillar, that could have worked fine. Although it still would have been risky, it would have been a viable option. But the way that they went about it, it wasn't going to work. And there were other options as well. They could have planted over by command center, but they didn't go for it. They went for that half wall position, close up, and that was kind of where things fell apart in the end. And so this is where, now that the swap has happened, I do wonder if Blind Owls is going to be more util heavy, or they're going to kind of double down on, you know, being roam aggressive, which right now their portfolio would suggest being util heavy. So we'll see how that plays out. First EMP goes out, misses. Second one goes out, does connect, but Bandit is close by, could potentially try to bandit trick, but doesn't go for it. Instead backs off, and that wall will be opened in turn. So far, starting to get a little bit of that util breakdown, but I do think the space and progress that Nexus has made is telling me that Blind Owls probably isn't getting enough out of the util at the moment.
Yeah, they try to play the defense like a little bit like Onion style. Okay, you breach connector, cool. We reinforce connector to pillar, and you have to breach it again. And I would have said that this approach would have been a bigger task for the Blind Owls than for the Nexus now, because they have the ace also, and the Thermite. And now Thermite, yeah, you can do it. There's a C4 somewhere. You can do it now. No, it could be too late. Will he do it, or will he just shy away? Yeah, he don't want to die from the C4. That's definitely a clever approach. And now we're gonna see how this works. Bandit backs off. Sure. Now you have the foot line there, and you can breach probably with ace the right side. I wouldn't like to walk in front of that as a Thermite now, because you will get killed. But of course we have the ace and we have the breach already, and there's some long angle towards the catwalk open, and the player there, the Wama, isn't quite aware of it. Takes some damage. Shield's getting destroyed, and yeah, the attack slowly makes their approach towards the side, and I think they're ready for an execute now.
Oh yeah, they're getting very close util-wise, but unfortunately they still haven't taken much crucial space. However, they are starting to make a move towards that as J19 secures a triple kill. This is going to be huge space that they severely needed. However, another pick goes down. J19 now down to 8 HP. Train going to be last one alive in command center, but will get flushed out by J19 for a crucial opening push, giving Nexus an even further lead. 1 round away from match point.
Yeah, it's rough for Blind Owls to be in this position, but they're in the defense, so it should be fine. But again, doesn't mean they're gonna win yet 3 rounds now, just because they're defense. We just saw they were in a good position, and then Nexus killed them, basically. And yeah, we're gonna see a similar-ish defense from them for the basement. Also, Castle there. You want to play the roam for this map because it's a big map. You can do that. You can burn time, burn utility, and yeah, then hopefully win the round. We just see that they open up the hatch in Animus or into Animus from warehouse, so they're ready for some faster executes to stop them. But I don't think, from looking at the lineup, Nexus will try to be fast right now. They want to be. Do they have any hard bridge? No. Maybe some can openers, yeah, with the bug. So that's gonna be quite difficult for them to find avenues onto site, I guess. But also, I think their goal is to not need those many avenues on site because they will try to kill the roamers.
Oh yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a very big flush incoming. And there it is. Here comes the hop in. Here comes the move. The shield now coming out. They do spot the castle. And this is what Nexus does so well, is isolating roamers. Takes one. Molotov getting another. This is the big strength. And with Blind Owls investing so heavily into Roam, having 3 players above, and even Ruka getting spotted out as well, this is a brilliant start for Nexus. They weren't really interested on site. They were interested in devastating the roam because they knew that Blind Owls was going to try to go for a more heavy roam after their anchor util heavy approach didn't really do them as well as they'd liked. And they took advantage of that to such great effect. And they know there's still more above. They've got more blood that they are looking for. They're out for blood, and they are going to try to go for it. We do see a Nitro go out, 2 Nitros as a matter of fact. None of them, unfortunately, for Blind Owls connecting, which they sorely needed, especially with Buck at 20 HP with a bigger forgiving range. However, Ruka will be able to take one. There's still players above. If they make a move towards the stairs, this could be a devastating mistake as Ruka gets a double kill. Oh no, they are going down the stairs. Do they know how many are still above? This fallback could shut down Nexus here as Molotov goes down as well. They do have presence on site, but I think it might be too little too late for when the fallback occurs. They do manage to catch another. That's going to be Appa onto Hauser, and here comes the fallback. But the anchors may have fallen too hard. However, Ruka still holding above does manage to take out Appa. That's going to be massive, as now Damien's the last one live with the shield and does manage to isolate it. This means Ruka now has no option but to fall back. Man versus shield. Does see Damien here. Can't really get a good shot on him quite yet, as they will be able to grab the fuser. But with so much vertical available, it's going to be difficult to spot the plant. Here comes the fallback, though. He does find a little niche to plant. He gets off. He's looking for Ruka to try to isolate this fight, but with the clock ticking, he's going to have to plant or full send this firefight. 8 seconds remaining. Does have him closed in. He's got to make a choice. Go for the fight. The pistol comes out.
Oh, no!
Barely! But he does manage to clear him out. 9 HP left. 1 shot. Clock ticking. And he nails it. And now Nexus will be at match point. Game, set, match. I used to play tennis, so sorry for that bad.
No, I'm coming down to a 1v1 against Shield is never easy. But not being ready to fight him there and trying to dodge just the trying to get the timing right to dodge the left and right peeking from the Shield. I think that just wasn't the right call. But also that's a very stressful situation. So, and you can't think for long to be like, do I try to aim? Do I give him the gunfight he needs? Or do I try to dodge the gunfight? I think with some real boxes there, it would have been a better decision what he's done. But with basically no cover there, that's quite difficult to do. Interesting shield there. I like the idea of it, but I don't think it will work or should work.
No, I really don't think it's gonna have the impact they're looking for. And Blind Owl's going back to that flawed roots and skyscraper. Look at the composition. This is extremely roam heavy on this map. They still think that that was the right answer for second floor command center, and it's not. As we've seen, that wasn't really quite what it was. Nexus just had a very strong attack. However, Ruka does get a bit of a start for Blind Owls as they get an immediate pick onto J19, which definitely helps the situation just a little bit. However, we now see Damien trying to find that player above. Appa taking significant damage from the vertical. Blind Owls putting a pretty good pinch onto NEXUS77. This is going to delay them quite a bit, but so far we're not seeing any setup coming in quite yet. Trying to find these players, but nothing's really happening. I do like how Blind Owls, instead of using their util composition and going for an extremely aggressive roam, they're going for a more lurk style approach, which I think is really smart, and it gives them more mobility. However, Nexus still showing strong with their attack. Damien going to be able to take out Ruka. That's going to be a late refrag. But hey, late is better than never, right? That's going to put them much closer to sight here as they do finally start to get these walls open.
And hopefully they don't get... Like, they should know now that there's going to be a bandit trick on the connector wall. So just throw both ace charges down there and, yeah, open it up. That would be easy. Because they don't have any other choice, or they have some EMPs. And the bandit isn't ready to trick because he's ready to throw C4. And he gets nothing out of the C4 either. So, yeah, kind of a waste there. But maybe the time with his presence was enough.
Yeah, that was a big tactical misstep. Instead of trying to prevent that wall from getting open, doubling down with a nitro to try to take someone, not only allowed the wall get open, but you didn't even get anyone in turn. However, Tren picking up the slack, manages to catch Appa, as well as Crack taking one. Hauser another. Molotov trying to find one, does succeed in that, but gets promptly refragged by Crack, as I'm not sure what happened there with Nexus, but they couldn't really capitalize. The lurk style anchor hold from Blind Owls did them really well. Still a long way to go, however, but it's a little bit of hope for them.
Yeah, I think they try to change the pace here. So they maybe catch Blind Owls off guard or something like that, or just try to see how they play against it, how it works. Because, yeah, maybe they play one or two not so fast rounds now. Because if you then play fast again, it's a little bit more of surprise and, yeah, Blind Owls. If you always play fast, you know the next round will be fast again. So if you just take the pace out of it for a bit, then it's more of an adaptation, change of playstyle. And yeah, maybe they just also didn't want to do the same again because they thought there were some adaptations in place. I'm not sure if they really were, so maybe the same approach would have gotten them the win already.
Perhaps. It's always a possibility. But I do kind of like where Blind Owl's composition is going. The castle now making a return after quite an extended pause. I'm honestly I really am curious to see how that will be put into effect on this site towards basement, but I'm all for it. I do want to see what they can come up with that, but I like this composition, which allows them for a more anchor heavy approach, and I like that they're bringing the Warden back. I think that's a much needed move, especially in a situation that a smoke comes out. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, smoke doesn't come out, but Nexus is getting hurt big time. Trent and Crack able to get away with taking 2 picks, and another 3 low getting Molotov. They have came to fight, and they are pushing back big time while taking a double kill, getting Damien, and now a flawless round 2. Blind Owls, where was this before? Talk about a counterattack of epic proportions.
Yeah, question is, was it really a good play of Blind Owls? Or was it a bad play of Nexus? Because jumping in that window, man, even if I droned all 3 rooms attached to it and the stairs, like, I'm not even sure jumping in there is a good idea. Such a risky place, man.
Yeah, Nexus was badly boxed in there. I'm not sure what that initial entry move was, but they really had nowhere to turn. And that's where things really fell apart. I think that was just more of a position mishap. But either way, Blind Owls coordinated that so well to capitalize on this misstep from Nexus and punish them extremely well. I mean, you didn't really even have to play it out much other than just wipe the whole team off the rip. And I think if Blind Owls can find these golden opportunities, these openings that Nexus provides on their setup, which can be rather slow at times, they're going to be in for a treat and a high probability of going into overtime.
Like, I think Blind Owls now can be in the right space to get into overtime and fight for their staying in the tournament, because whoever loses this is out of the tournament. They won't have any chance to get to the 400 euros, which are on prize pool. So yeah, it's basically the last chance for playing for the money. And yeah, almost a minute gone, 1 breach done. It seems like Nexus tries to play a bit more of an organized round and not so fast and just try to get kills. Yeah, they're very slow right now. I'm not sure what's wrong, and that's definitely wrong. Yeah, easy entry frag.
Yeah, and having a nitro like that is so important with Valkyrie. This is kind of what I was hoping that Blind Owls would bring to the table much sooner, and with that same level of impact, but here it is. And keep in mind, they still got 2 more nitros available to them, and Nexus is seemingly walking straight into the trap, playing above, trying to get vertical. You still got 2 players that are holding out, denying them. This is a perfect composition. And look at that. You've also got Crack on the Fenrir as well. Whoa! Speaking of Crack, completely caught off guard by that very aggressive breach and swing, taking a lot of damage, but does manage to stay alive. Oh, this is dangerous. Look at how they're all grouped up around IT. You've got 1 down. There's another nitro, but Appa does manage to catch 1. This is that same bubble I was talking about that Nexus has put themselves into. All it takes is 1 more nitro, which unfortunately there's no more available, and that would have done so much damage. But either way, still taking another one out on a nitro, 2 out of 3, that's rough. But Molotov does start to clean up above, manages to get rid of Ruka once and for all, And with that, it does look like they've all fallen back onto first floor, but the damage has already been done. You've lost Jackal, which allows for lurking. You've lost Buck, which is a little bit less vertical potential, but unfortunately they could not finish the job onto Juris. So that does mean they will have that vertical potential, but the counter vertical comes out. That's going to be from Tren, being able to take Molotov out, putting them now in a much more precarious situation, especially with 8 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to vault in. There's the vault, and look at Tren just sitting there with a shotgun in the corner like a rat. Not calling him a rat, I was just saying that was a really good position to be in. That's really unfortunate. And with that, we will see Nexus go on a timeout, which is much needed considering how many rounds they've lost in a row. And now they're under the threat of overtime.
Yeah, but the good thing now is they exactly know which bomb site is coming up. They have a minute to talk about how they want to attack it. If they want to go fast again, they can talk through how they want to play it fast. And if they don't want to play it fast, like in the last rounds, you have 1 minute to just say, okay, you guys, that's your job. And you are going to do this. Because it just looked like some people were a little bit lost and not really knowing what their task was to get through this round. Like they were really, really slow, and it doesn't seem like they were like playing really together, just like anyone trying to get to somewhere and not helping each other. So no fast entry anywhere for taking this free space into meeting. It took a very, very long time till we got a breach from connector to pillar. And yeah, the thing for blind owls now is which bomb site you play is clear for your opponent. You don't really want to change it because it would have been your fourth favorite bomb site to choose to change it up. Not really sure if you want to do that right now. Then sure, you can try to adapt your defense you have ready, but can you really make it ready for both playsides, for fast and for slow and methodical? That's a question we will see. Yeah, top floor defense. We have Bandit and Mute for the delay. I guess we also have the shield on the catwalk door outside still. And yeah.
That's certainly the question to behold, isn't it? But I mean, I think that this composition is generally a step in the right direction. Oh, I don't like that hold towards the window. That's really scary how close that is towards that common window vertical position. But it does seem like they neither are able to meet each other. We do see a little bit of first floor clear here. And so far, it doesn't look like Blind Owls is really committing to holding down below, and the composition definitely supports that theory. You've only got 2 nitros, and you don't really have any intel to utilize those nitros to full effect, which makes sense because overextending resulted them getting badly hurt when they've played this site before. So they're trying to stay away from that. That's the right call, but they do spot the bandits. They're able to get the nade out to take down that bandit charge. That's going to allow them to get that wall open. And this is where Nexus needs to focus up. They've got to be much more efficient. They've lost a lot of time, and time crunches is where they were broken on several occasions. They have to speed things up. And now that Blind Owls is, for the most part, contained, this is going to be their winning point. Let J9T do his thing and absolutely mess things up. That's where they have the winning ticket. But they cannot get held up, or else they risk an overtime situation. There it is. That's the
very
first
important
entry
goal.
pick.
Especially in the position the Mute was staying in, really, really difficult to deal with, if not vertically. Then the second kill, also. The Warden taking in the position into pillar would be crucial for the defense. But we also have the Deimos underneath who can track the defenders and have it so you don't have to drone every defender out of where they are right now. And they're trying to pinch them and put more pressure onto them vertically. And the Ace, they try to walk in, but they can't just walk in. It's now a 3v3, and that was totally unnecessary. Just wait for the bug to get above and put pressure onto blue, and then you can
not
do it. And
again.
oh my god, they fumble it so badly.
Oh, this is painful. Blind Owls, you didn't have to do them so dirty. Well, then again, you kind of did because you needed that overtime. Which you got it. You got it. But man, Nexus trying to force that was so painful to watch. Great on Blind Owls for calling that out. Calling out those walk-ins and punishing it. This means that Nexus has now lost, I believe it was 3-4 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
That's not a good pace to set, even with an overtime. And now you're in overtime. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see Nexus winning this. Their setups are just not going well, and their executes are just not well informed or well coordinated. They walked into the blind several times and lined up for Blind Owls to sweep them under the rug, and that's a big problem. This has continuously been a struggle for them, and now it's shown that Nexus doesn't really have an answer to this problem. So it's gonna be really tough to win this site because their timeout, their coup de grace, they tried it, and unfortunately they failed. So there's really not a lot to say other than that they just don't unfortunately have their attack down. They just can't do it. Maybe things will change here now that it's overtime, but honestly, they've lost any and all momentum when attacking. It's gonna be up to defense, really.
But the thing is, the good thing is, you have seen so many different defenses. Now you know how Blind Owls wants to play these, so you should have an advantage. Especially because in the second half you were attack. Now in overtime you have 2 more attacks, so you're more in the rhythm of attacking. And of course, the same for Blind Owls. They're in the rhythm of defending. So, but they can't really change much about their defending probably, because you have your few set plays strats, and you try to adapt, but maybe sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you lose 3 people, and yeah, now the round looks like it should be with Nexus, but again, it's not a top floor attack. They still need to get down to the basement. They still need to make sure they're not getting flanked or someone reading in a weird position like Ruka does right now. Looks like Buck is aware of it, but still, you need to push him out of there. You need to do some work. He's not looking at the Ruka position. He's looking through the hedge onto side. So maybe Ruka is able to snag himself 1 or 2 kills here. And I don't know if it would still be enough if he got 2 or 3. So very, very cautious here from the bug. He finds him, but not really.
The due diligence coming in from Nexus, and that's huge. J19 to take Ruka down. This is what needed to happen. They needed to be able to get their initial entry and get their setup down. And they have done so well on that, being meticulous in clearing these players out. I felt like they started to get really weak on this, but they've really turned it around here. And Driss plays to flush it out with a flawless round as well.
Appa thought it would be over there, but
Appa.
He lost 6 rounds earlier, so no, you still have to play 1 round, and it would be kind of funny if they lost a match now, to be honest. But yeah, defense side for Nexus, Blind Owls in the attack. It has been such a long time since they did it that way. I'm not sure any of them remembers how it went down. Ruka on the glass. This symbolizes that they want to breach and then have the glass look into sight and try to get a pick off. Maybe he just will switch it off. maybe he'll stick it. Like, picking the Capitao emphasizes that, because you have 2 more smokes. But we'll see if that's going to be happening.
Well, keep in mind that when Nexus was the ones on the defense, they had such a deadly roam, and they were able to get a lot of damage out onto Blind Owls, typically off the jump, pretty much mitigating the ability to really get any impact once it came down to the execute. But Blind Owls is doing what they know best, which is running it down and trying to force an execute. We've seen them do this on Skyscraper to great effect, and it looks like they're hoping to capture that same energy. They're already primed in position. You've got the glass already there, the Capitao. So it does look like they're going to try to force this. And with no Warden in sight, Goyo does go down. That will slow it down significantly. But from Nexus's perspective, this doesn't really look any different from what they've seen before. You know, getting the walls open early on. But the difference is that no one has any building presence. And I think that right there, the lack of pressure coming in on second and first floor could be a warning sign that they're going to full send it here. Because now Nexus is used to this crap. They've seen it enough times. And likely, they're pretty dang fed up with it. And now you've got Appa moving up to first floor? I do wonder what the purpose of that is.
I think it's quite a good play, because if there's no one on site, the glass doesn't really do anything, because you still have the verticals.
Oh, and yeah, that's true.
If you can play the side completely from above, then, well, just do it and deny the plant and the entry onto the tank thing, and you're happy. Now it comes down to the important seconds. If they can just walk through side, or if Nexus is able to stop them somewhere.
Yeah, I like this idea
the first enemy. Oh, important Capitao bolt, but also important Goyo. Damien gets the entry frag, that's important, but the Firmware is through tank, and he's able to go down with the plant. But now the hedge control in Animus is established. 3 HP left. Oh no! Oh, he almost dropped there and threw away his position, but he gets the frag, and now he's getting pushed with the glass up top, and it's just Nexus getting down their defense in overtime. And now Upper, now you can say GG, and it definitely was a good and exciting game for everyone.
What a great last-minute adaptation coming in from Nexus. Going for a counter defuse like that, we hadn't seen anything like that. That is such a good move. But I think they knew they could get away with it because the writing was on the wall. The signs were there. The lack of aggression from second floor and first floor. You know, it's the calm before the storm. Something they know very well. Sometimes you might have one straggler or something like that. So rather than letting that one straggler have impact on the first floor, which we did see at far too late, which was defuse, they decided to double up on the vertical. And instead of fighting them force by force, which has shown to be ineffective for Nexus, they decide to go for it with that vertical counter defuse. And it worked so well. I don't know who made that call on NEXUS77's part, but that was honestly a great decision. Incredibly smart. So huge props to them for that. But before we go into quick break, any last thoughts before we move on from this BO3 and get underway with our upper bracket BO1?
Just that we have to pay respect to Blind Owls. It didn't look great in the meantime, but they fought. They did give us a great match, and they don't have to be too ashamed to have dropped out here early in the tournament. They played good Siege, and yeah, wish you luck for your next tournaments, and hopefully see you in the next one. And yeah, we're going into a break, and see you soon with another qualification match. Just the best of one this time. Yeah, see you in a bit.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We just finished off with an amazing best of 3. Very close, I should say. Extremely close. And we've got one more best of 1 for us. So, One, feel free to take it away. Let us know what we're going to be going into next.
We are going into Team Pulsar against the Victors ESPORTs. They're playing best of 1 to qualify themselves for the next stage from the bracket, from the tournament. They both have won, of course, their first game. We didn't see them on stream, I believe. And although we did see Victors against Perimeter on Clubhouse. That was a dominant fashion with a 7-1. And yeah, we also know now already that Perimeter was the first team to leave the bracket because they lost 2-1 against They Don't Know. So we know from the losing teams, They Don't Know apparently is the better team. Then we will find out who's from the winners. They Don't Know, they won 8-6 against Pulsar. They won 8-6. So there was quite a close match. We'll see if we get another close match between these 10 players here in the lobby. Mainly,
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
And for introducing our 2 teams, we've got Arise, Tia, Storm, Zage, Papnoya, and then we've got Neklo, Tilko, MV, okay, SX, and Adamzier. Please feel free to butcher me if I pronounce your names incorrectly. But with those players introduced, we're going to move on to the maps, what we will be playing for this last matchup tonight. It does look like for our BO1, we will be playing on Consulate. What are we thinking about Consulate, One? I haven't seen that map in a good minute.
Yeah, it's an interesting map because, of course, it's one of the newer ones. So we will see who's got in more practice and maybe got in the better practice. There's some, like last game, we saw some set plays being very effective. This map is, you can make a few set plays, but mainly those are for the top floor and the basement. And on the top floor, it goes around or getting down the diffuser near some window or door on the side. And I'm sure we will see some Bandit or Blitz, Montagne or Blitz in this game, because it just makes attacking so easy. Like having a Blitz just go yellow stairs and then go onto the top floor, rush through. That's just so strong. You really need some good coordination on the defense and some good utility placement to deny that. And we will take a look at our sponsors probably, so we don't get denied and to do more tournaments.
Huge shout out to IT Discount 24 for sponsoring the PBX Pro Series 6. IT Discount 24 is your refurbished IT partner. Head on over to their website or eBay shop posted in the chat to find all your refurbished PC needs. Whether corporate or private, they'll have you covered.
All right, now we get started with the bans. I'm going to say we're probably going to see something a little bit standard like that. Esports going for the Ying ban. Pulsar likely going to respond with a Monty ban. Because don't get me wrong, I like Monty, I like Shield, but good lord, Monty's a nightmare on basement and second floor. So I can almost guarantee we're going to see a Monty ban. And then we'll probably see an Azami ban because people love to do the repel plant on second floor.
Yeah. And
don't like to deal with Azami sitting up on a pillar, sitting all pretty and dangerous, trying to push past garage. I'm not sure about the last defender though. Maybe Mira? I mean, we've seen a lot of mirror bans, though.
Yeah, Mirror's possible. Valkyrie, I would say. Also Fenrir. Um, more kind of a ranked ban, sure. But still, if you want to also make some look for plays, Fenrir really gets you the night in there. And yeah, that's what we're gonna see, actually. Sami and Fenrir are the defenders are taken out of the game. Yeah, what does this mean? Asami out, probably no real intention to play Flores then. But still, on the defense, you still have so much things you can play Flores for. Like, if there would be Melusi and some normal shields, then I would heavily suggest playing Flores. But yeah, still must have to worry about jammers, which got very much utilized last match we saw here. But for now, none of these operators are going to be picked. We are getting on the top floor, and we see Smoke and Tachenko.
Right. So, what I do kind of wonder when it comes to starting off with second floor is Pulsar. Bring in the Amaru. Where do we think they're going to go with this? That's one of the questions that I also have. I'm also kind of surprised to see the Tachanka. Mainly because Smoke exists, but here's the thing. SX is running Smoke as well. So it seems like they're really concerned about a force plan here, which so far looks like it's a perfect call considering the composition coming from Pulsar right now. But their utility dispersion is pretty well spread out and actually seems to be geared towards office side. So I do wonder kind of if the playstyle matches the concerns. But I mean, I think having Tachanka alone alongside Smoke is already a big investment into preventing that kind of force plant kind of motion.
Yeah, we're just gonna see Amaru trying to drone into Piano. So maybe the Buck can get some cheeky kill there from coming from lobby, or just getting the information he needs to be or feel safe. No defender right now on the bottom floor. Everyone spread out from the CEO to admin. And yeah, there we see probably some vertical kill from the Tachanka onto the Buck. And that's your cover.
Bingo.
For the plant being down. That's not a great start.
No, but that's huge for Vey Esports because if you're trying to go for that force repel or that kind of force plant and you've got Buck playing below, that's going to make it effectively impossible to cover. Whoa, that's an aggressive push-up. There it is. Hello, Amaru. Get that pick, which she just clearly did. And we're going to see Storm also take MV down as well. That's actually going to turn Pulsar around into a lead. That is terrifying, though. To be one corner, safe and clear, and then whip around, and you've suddenly got two enemies right there. Crazy level of aggression when it's not even an execute. That kind of teardown of compositions is honestly so strong coming from Pulsar. And so far, it's looking very close as Tia manages to take Naklo, but SX manages to get Pape as well. This is still 3v2, anyone's round. SX getting another as well. Back-to-back picks, a rapid exchange of trades as they now have on-site presence. AD able to get a bit of damage. Does he know about the player on his side flank? But doesn't really matter. He does manage to get away from it. But Ares knows that he's coming, but it won't matter as AD will be able to outshoot him. It's now up to Tia to get the plant down, but still on the first floor. No diffuser in hand. Looks to try to get the pick via vertical, but unfortunately, none of the bullets connect. Does have the repel option.
No.
Does go for it. Very aggressive, but he's ready and lined up to take him out. A little too close to home base, I would say. But either way, a very close round. But ultimately, Vey Esports taking the first.
What did he think the Warden was gonna be? Like, yeah, maybe if he was in meeting somewhere where you last saw him, then maybe that would have been a good play. But still then, he knows where you're in. He can hear. He hears the Amaru sound. So, yeah, sure. Just, come on, walk up some stairs and not scream, hey, here I am. You know where I am. just peek me, please. I don't know where you are. I'm not sure how much time he had, though. So maybe that was his concern. But yeah, I would have rather seen him going up some stairs or use his Amaru gadget to get into admin, because then he still has a few options where to go and not really be known exactly and get swung from somewhere you don't know from where. Yeah.
Honestly, I think it was a really good play coming from both teams. I mean, extremely close exchange, gunfights, the rapid pace take of control coming in from Pulsar. But I think where VEI Esports had a little bit of an edge there was on that positional denial. They correctly called that Pulsar was going to play it aggressively, which they absolutely did, and was able to really flush out Pulsar from being able to gain the right space that they needed to secure a plant. Not to mention, losing that diffuser so early on, thanks to Tachanka, definitely complicated that process, because even if they did have sight, which they pretty much did, they didn't have any diffuser in hand, and that aggressive portfolio made it a bit difficult to recover from not having diffuser in hand. So they pretty much had to gun it out, but as we saw, that didn't really work out. So, I mean, great prediction coming in from VEI Esports to give them the lead. And now, as they look to move on to first floor, the question is, how does Pulsar go from there? It was a good effort, but it just really wasn't quite the best suited composition and mentality considering what VEI Esports was bringing to the table. We're not seeing as much of that denial this time around with the Mira and the Valkyrie. I doubt that that's going to be what we'll come to expect, but I do still think that Pulsar might have a little bit of hope of running it back again, but I don't know. I still think that it's going to be an extremely close round either way.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you're going to go into a little break till we got all the tech things fixed and declared how they should be. And I think, we're gonna send it to a little break, and then we'll be right back when the game continues with you.
All right, sorry for the wait, folks. We are now back into the game. All good as usual, but either way, it does look like we will be sticking to that first floor site. And compositions pretty much unchanged. The only difference, Tia going for the Nook, Ariz going for the Ace instead. But it does look like Pulsar is possibly aiming for a much slower approach here. Going for a vertical with a horizontal pressure point, which I believe is going to be Tia there.
Yeah. Well, Spawnpy coming out from the Bandit, I believe. Let's see if he is successful. But he won't jump out, which confused me a little bit, because I think that he would have had a higher chance of getting something there instead of just some chip damage onto the Nook. But chip damage onto the Nook can be valuable because, you have some leading traps. Maybe if she walks into them, you will just need, I don't know, maybe 2 body shots or so to kill her, which is quite valuable against a weapon like she has.
Yeah, a little bit of chip damage is better than nothing. I mean, hey,
Yeah.
at least nobody died. That would have been really unfortunate. But it does look like they are starting to get a little bit of that vertical presence. We're starting to see the repels towards hallway here. And I do wonder if or how quickly Pulsar will be able to take that space. Because while I do like that slowdown, it does seem like VEI Esports has heavy investment in trying to keep this vertical power point as long as humanly possible. You've got Bandit holding off the connector wall. You've also got Mira also holding for the window repel. And this is effectively kind of putting a slowdown to Pulsar as they are extremely spread out. It kind of shows a bit of a lack of direction so far, but they are starting to consolidate towards printer side and vending, and we are beginning to see that push right now. It's just a matter of who they can catch to pick apart this formation. And so far, we haven't really seen much progress coming in with 1:18 and a big step back as MV will be able to take Peep Noya down. That's going to be quite a setback as Grim can be pretty helpful on the horizontal execute, but that option is no longer going to be on the table, unfortunately, for them. And it just seems like it's now at a pretty much a standstill, seeing who can find the opening sooner. Or otherwise, VEI Esports is just going to sit tidy. They really don't have to do anything right now.
Yeah, now we see another kill from the mute. Just, yeah, needs 1 shotgun shot to eliminate Tia, who wasn't quite that stealthy. And yeah, the Dokkaebi also gets taken out. And now there's only 2 attackers left. And as I said, it's only 1 because the bug is getting downed. And also, the last one doesn't really have a chance to do something.
Where's the refrags? I mean, I know I brought up before, but holy crap, how much more spread out could you be? That just seemed like there was no direction there. I didn't keep my eye on the intel, that's on me, but it really didn't seem like they had any information, didn't really have a goal. I like that they tried to go for a slower approach, which I think is correct in taking a vertical that's heavily fortified. But I mean, the horizontal wasn't there. I mean, that was a Nook. She was nowhere to be seen. And it just seemed like everyone was extremely spread out with no real purpose. Like, that kind of situation is exactly what defenders want. They want you to be spread out. They want you to not have or put utility against them, or not in a meaningful way, or that actually harms them, right? This is pretty much a defender's golden opportunity. When you don't really have to deal with any pressures, and you can just kind of casually slide by and take ones whenever you please, that doesn't really set a good tone. So I don't know if maybe Pulsar was out of their scope trying to go for that, or what was really happening there, but they seemed not coordinated at all in comparison to their striking first round. And VEI Esports obviously didn't really have to do anything about it. But it does look like they are going to double down on that more aggressive playstyle as they've got a Blitz. And, oh, here comes Blitz going very aggressively, catching MV. He's still got his Scoopos to rotate out if needed, and it does look like Pulsar might be trying to collapse on him already so early on. But he will manage to get away, and it does look like he might be going for that switch onto his other robot. On there, I guess, or it? Yeah. Putting gender pronouns on a robot, what is wrong with me?
Like, we've just seen like a minute gone by, and only the Blitz getting some action, and all the other people just being a little bit more passive. And yeah, still no top floor control. A little bit of control in the mid floor, which is quite rare to see. And I'm not sure why he didn't shoot a drone next to him, because he might regret that later. But yeah, it looks like they can just play over the top floor and collapse onto the mid floor soon. They should have some impacts. I know they don't have impacts on the scopers, they have beepers, so they can open the ceiling onto the meeting. But yeah, Pep Noya is down, so no easy vertical play there. except from Storm, who gets the kill onto MV, onto the Scopo. So, still a bit confused.
Yeah, no, that was a really good clear coming in from Pulsar to be able to get MV, who was causing him a little bit of an issue. They were on the hunt for quite a while, but either way, doesn't pay off, as SX will be able to take Zage out. And the worst part is now they're down to a minute. They do finally get that wall open, but it could potentially be too little too late. They still have smokes and nades on the board, so they do have a little bit of push power there. But the fact of the matter is, for playing as slow as they were, for all the information they gathered, they really didn't get much impact out of it other than clearing one player. You still have SX who's holding above, and that's going to be a big problem on fallback, considering how their time efficiency has been rather low up to this point. They do start working on the vertical, but unless they can force a plant here relatively soon, it's not going to do them any good as the pushback starts. Tycho able to take Ares. That's going to be another player down. AD going down, but not before nitring out Storm in turn. And this means that Tia will not really have much of a chance trying to struggle on yellow stairs.
Yeah, like, of course you can try to just take the middle floor and then work down, but if there's some people upstairs, it's just so hard and weird to do that. Of course you can make yourself an entry onto the mid floor and then later have some people enter on the top floor, so the people on the top floor can enter more easily. But it just always felt weird with these 3 or 4 people on the mid floor, and then the defenders both shooting at them from the top and the bottom. Like, there was a bit like an attacker and defender sandwich there. But yeah, I don't know. Round felt just weird because of that. And maybe the attack now wants to try and be a little bit more methodical and work themselves from one side of the map to the other.
Well, I would say that they are being methodical. I mean, their drone work is nothing short of amazing,
right.
like how much information they're getting. But I think their problem is their hesitancy. They're not really getting impact out of it. And when you're dealing with a team like VEI Esports, who clearly knows how to show up when they have to, you need to be able to find a way to put a squeeze on them. On a map like Consulate, which has gotten much larger since its rework, you have to pinch these players out. You can't let them get away. And that's what we've seen, is that they'll take one, get away with it. Sometimes the trade comes out, but comes at the expense of time and no meaningful space gained. Either you need to hit hard at sight and force them to come to you and flush them out as they come to you, or you really need to start, putting the fight to the roamers and not giving them an avenue of escape. And if you look at their utility portfolio, they really don't have good means to escape. You've only got one shotgun, and you got Tachanka's primary for rotating or escaping. And those are going to be your anchors. So this is where Pulsar needs to do something with that intel. The droning is there. It's not like they don't have information. It's just they're not doing anything with it until it's too late, to which they're making these suboptimal pushes that they're getting punished on.
Yeah, probably less of an issue on the top floor to rotate around. But yeah, I'm not sure why they use a can opener there, but because it's easier and faster. If the Deimos does it here and the ace goes from admin and breaches there, probably a time thing. It looks like it because the ace is rappelling on admin. Now the first phone call is coming out, some Bs also. So yeah, the attack makes sure that admin is clear and they only have to worry about the Soda shield now.
Yeah, but this looks like really poor utility usage right now. I mean, you've put all that util out and no one really feels uncomfortable here. In fact, Naklo, who's completely separate, manages to take out Zage and all that utility on the second floor, and we see nothing for it. Not a shot of damage coming out from the Dekebi calls to the Grims. That utility should be used to pinch them out and force an uncomfortable, unfavorable fight, and it's just not happening. Swinging right into a shield. AD to take Tia with pretty much no resistance. You do see MV go down, though. That is one pick in favor of Pulsar, but now you're still down a player, and the clock is ticking, and there's minimal space gains. Not to mention, you've got Naklo, who's all the way by white stairs, or I'm sorry, yellow stairs, making their way back up, and this is a getaway that shouldn't happen. You knew there was a player on the first floor, and they just don't get refragged. And now that's another person up for the fight on the execute. This is what I'm talking about when I say like util efficiency and, you know, moving with a purpose. It seems like there's just generally not that. And Vey Esports is now doubling down on that. Like I mentioned with Smoke and Tachanka. Now the fire's coming out, the smoke's coming out, and they have less options to work with here. This is the problem that I'm talking about. It's resulting in them getting caught out back to back. Oh my gosh, Vey Esports sweeping up another round. Playing it so perfectly, giving no quarter here.
Like, you can't peek onto the soda machine like that. Like 2 people did. Like, this is just unacceptable. Like, even if you don't know if there's a shield or not, if you can't draw on it, you have to expect it to be a shield, or for a player to just tuck himself into the corner behind the soda machine. That's such a great angle to defend from. Especially if you have some people covering from meeting. Like, you don't even have to play aggressive from meeting, just very passive, narrow angle, and then there's no way you can get them out of there. You need some bees, you need the shield to be gone, and that's a perfect position to pick a Flores, a Sophia, Ash, something like that, to get rid of that shield. The nades also work too. You even can throw them through the drone hole there is. They should be able to get the shield. Yeah, I would really love to see a Flores for that.
Oh yeah, Flores would be so good for getting rid of all of this utility that's available. Well, what or was available at the time. We're not seeing nearly that here. We got 4 nitros, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, were you expecting a blowout? I don't know if it'll be a blowout score-wise, although it's certainly looking like it right now. But you're definitely going to get a blowout as far as explosive powers go. Holy moly. 4 nitros and a Valkyrie. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but if you're playing it slow and you're not getting the gains you're looking for, oh, that's scary.
Yeah,
that's really horrifying. So,
I would
and I don't think
at
Pulsar
least
is
two kills or downs from C4.
Oh yeah, I don't think Pulsar is ready for the level of danger available. Oh, there goes the first nitro. Valkyrie completely missing it here. Now droning does spot Valkyrie over towards the main entrance. Oh, spots ahead. She's gonna take the shot. Oh, aims way too low.
The head. Oh my god.
You don't win gunfights by blowing people's kneecaps out, and that will mean that Valkyrie's down, but there's still 3 nitros on the board. And so long as IQ hasn't spotted the Valkyrie cams, there's still a problem. Although that is a good pick coming out from Sage to spot that out. Oh, MV does manage to catch eyes on one, but is he going to go for the pick? Will he be aggressive here? I don't think so, as that's probably not beneficial to be taking a fight to Pepnoia like that. But I don't know, maybe he will with 1 minute and 18 seconds. But considering how no one's doing anything about this, he's all alone. And there's no one to capitalize on the fact that you got a player here. Although, don't get me wrong, you do have Tycho on the sidelines. But when you're pushed that far up on the yellow stairs, you want some kind of backup. You want to capitalize on this. And it's not there. This is kind of what I've been talking about when I say all the util, all the drones. Look at all this util that's getting shot out. And what for? What do we have to show for it? 3 drones remaining. And not only 1 pick. That's it. And you're still
like
on the second floor.
Yeah, the people on the top floor should make enough pressure so the Neck could just walk in and get the kill. And now finally she does it. She gets a kill onto side. Now the side is not really free and you're not able to plan properly because there's still people up top on the top floor. But you can now kill them more easily because they have pressure from underneath. There's some fighting up top. Some people getting traded some health. No C4's getting thrown out because all of them are dead or already used. Now it's only the mirror on top and she isn't in a good position to fight it. And Pep Noah. gets the first kill, the last kill of the round, and that's a nice end of the round. Camera, definitely.
That's a new one. I've never seen that before, but that is such a great change. Pulsar going for that horizontal pressure was perfect. Instead of meeting VEI Esports force to force, which they have not done very well on because they can't really break up these crossfires and put a pinch on them and get the usage out of the utility like they were looking for. Instead of trying to repeat the same cycle, they instead added a horizontal component, which was big. That allowed for Pulsar to sink in second floor, even if they didn't entirely clear it, which they didn't, right? You still had one all the way above at the very last second, right? Now it's the mirror. But the fact that you were able to displace it to allow you to go in for the plant horizontally, huge, right? That's a great adjustment. However, unfortunately, it came way too late as Pulsar is currently 3 rounds behind from VEI Esports. But, I mean, that was a very good adaptation. Now, you got to try to replicate that magic so you have a better fighting chance. Otherwise, you only got 1 round margin of error, which I know Consulate is defender-sided, but it's not that defender-sided, I don't think. Feel free to correct me on that, though.
Like, it always depends on how well the teams can attack. So if you just see Vey having 2 strong attacks, that can be enough. And yeah, it's just like really a gamble, because you don't really want to be in that position of 1-5 either way. Because still then, if you just lose 1 round, you definitely go into overtime. And then it definitely comes down to who gets defense first. And now Storm, he likely gets the entry frag onto the Valkyrie, which is great util because he takes out a C4. But on the other hand, now the defense has 1 person dedicated to the camps, which can be of quite some impact. So yeah, we don't see much progress right now. Everyone's from the defense trying to get into nice angles, nice positions, where they might not get drowned out anymore, so they can have a little surprise for the attack. Defender on side, they try to rotate towards the breach, so they can deny that any longer. Now yellow stairs drop down. Scopus was a little sometime there, but now they are away. Mute still holding the Visa server stairs. Now next to him it's getting open from the back. Shotgun duel, and the Mute gets it. He even gets out with decent, quite a lot of HP. So he can definitely play how he wants to play. But now the floor is going to get opened up by the Ram. And that's the point in time where, as a defender, you have to retake the top floor.
Oh yeah, but I think there's a lot of opportunity for Pulsar. You did have 1 player over from server side at a point. Oh no. Wait, is he out of thermite charges? No, he's still got 1 more to go, but 45 seconds to go. This is really rough when it comes to utility. They're running out of time and running out of utility, and MV able to take Storm. I was gonna say they had vertical, they had horizontal from the front and the back end, and that could have been huge, but they just haven't been able to make much out of it. However, Pep Nola able to take 1, Zage coming in as well. This could be the space they need, despite the wall not being, or now finally, I believe, getting opened, or maybe not. But either way, this is going to result in a rapid mobilization. Pulsar is vulnerable time-wise, but VEI Esports is down a player. This is anyone's round. And Nitro goes out, doesn't connect, does manage to catch Urias. However, there comes a refrag from Zage. They're going to have to force a plant soon. 2 seconds remaining. Who's going to initiate the plant? It's going to be Pepnoia, but is she covered? She is covered, but there's the pillar fight. AD takes it, but Diffuser goes down, and Pepnoia will be able to clutch it out!
Why are you swinging right reloading? What are you doing?
Not cooking with that one, I can tell you that.
That definitely was a gifted round in some way, because I think the Kaid swung way too aggressive. Just a little bit more calm. Just make a peek. get yourself back into cover and not try to pick 3 people after each other at once. That's not gonna work. Just make your peek, get back. Time is still on your side. If he stays alive there's such a great crossfire onto his line of sight, because the mute is close, he has a shotgun. If the people try to force him out of that position, like the Kaid, they have to push the mute. And if the people want the mute out of there, well, And if the attack tries to go for plant, you have a 2v2 and you can pick your angles as the defender. And still, they have to walk towards a plant position, which is kind of safe, which there aren't many, and they still had to cross the line of sight of the Kaid. So if he peeks one time aggressive, then maybe holds an angle, then he could probably accomplish that and hold off the plant by himself, just being alive.
Oh yeah, 100%. Being able to hunker down there was such a big position, but unfortunately, you know, when you're swinging out reloading, you really don't got a lot of options to work with there. But I mean, it just comes down to the fact that the diffuser was running so freaking close. That's what made the situation so much more stressful. Maybe a little bit more aggressiveness, you know, as they were running in could have made the difference. But either way, I mean, it's kind of a tough point, but a great recovery from Pulsar regardless. But unfortunately, still coming in a little too late as VEI Esports comes in with a 2-round lead. But now it's their turn to attack. Maybe they can show us what it takes to attack. Or maybe there's just something about this map that truly makes it that much more difficult to attack in versus defending. We do see them trying to go for that balcony wall. So far, no success. The Mia Jammers there, they don't really have anyone to break that up yet. And we are going to see a move going into office as they tried to make their way towards vending. Neklo going to be able to take Zage. It's going to be a huge initial pick. Possibly looking for more, but it won't happen as Tia, with a very nice quick peek, was able to take SX, denying that further momentum buildup, slowing it down.
What? But why would you pick that? There's no need to. The main thing you have to focus on is getting rid of the shield or soda player. So, as an Ashe, you have quite a responsibility for that, because if there's a mute jammer on the drone hole, you might be able to just destroy it with one of your utility. But then again, if you peek like that as a Flores, I guess you just get the kills. But yeah, now you have an advantage, but you still need to go into the site. You still need to breach up some stuff. You need to get rid of the bulletproof camp and get rid of the Legion who's trying to fight you. And that's not really a fight you want to take, I would say.
No, they can't really afford to force these fights, but MV does manage to come in from the back. This is going to be huge. Manages to take another for a triple kill, but Storm does manage to pick one up in retaliation. They're in perfect position to go for a plant here. Storm looking for somebody here. Can't find it as Diffuser will go down with 30 seconds up. This is going to shift the time quickly in VEI Esports' favor, as now he's going to have to make a move to try to counter diffuse. It seems like there's a little bit of an information mismatch on where Storm is, but they generally have an idea of where he's coming from. But Storm's gotta find a way to pick this apart somehow, but it looks like he might be running straight into a cross. Does decide to rotate around, and that is gonna at least cover him for this fight. But does he know there's one directly to his right? He does manage to take that fight out the Storm, but Tycho will be close by to secure the refrag for VEI Esports to get yet another, or VEI Victus, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I thought so hard why he wouldn't jump out of the window, but it was castled, and we didn't see that earlier, so that's a very good reason. Please, if you're in a clutch situation, don't hit the castle barricade 9 times till your mate is getting killed in the 1v1 you left him in. But yeah, like I'm not sure how to feel about this attack, because I think they shouldn't have been able to get, just from peeking, that many kills onto side. Even if it was just one, it was too many. And then they just walked through long desk and were able to flank the people in meeting, despite having a soda cam, a bulletproof cam at soda, and one in the hallway. Like, what? How much intel do you want to have? To ignore it? Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, in either case, yeah, definitely having that entry pick and allowing for that much space to be taken is not something you can easily afford, especially when they're able to push past vending. That was kind of the breaking point and the catalyst. Pulsar needed to be able to keep the numbers up a little bit tighter, maybe hold their positions just a bit better, but that kind of space gain is really hard to put up with. Even with a numbers lead, that still adds a whole layer of flexibility and, you know, unpredictability that you can't really afford when you're on the defense. It's kind of what makes second floor tougher. And we do see they're going back on the second floor, and they are going to be going for a bit of vertical here. That's going to be coming from MV. Not going to be able to catch anyone, does walk away. Oh, what is this? Naklo looking to slowly creep up to second floor. I do wonder what he's going to do with this. Whoa! Storm getting popped by SX. Storm popping SX from above. Yeah. And that's going to be big and turning the narrative around, as that does weaken the vertical that they have. Oh, here comes the trouble, the potential pain, as they know there's one close. Takes a drone. Nigel comes out, doesn't connect, no damage whatsoever. Now Naklo's got a choice. Does he go for the push, play this aggressive, or does he hold back, knowing they're very well maybe across on the horizon? Backed up with Tauco, might go for the push. MV taking Storm. We could see some unparalleled aggression coming in from just a second. As so far, Pulsar seeming somewhat unfazed by the shield, not letting it force them out of position as they look for these other problem makers, such as AD, who's gone down by Tia. What Tauco go down as well, and talk about a sweep, as Pulsar doesn't let that shield mean anything to them at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly they tried to do, but it looked like they wanted to go up yellow stairs and open up the breach, and then have these two angles as their attack vectors. But no one on the CEO rappel, no one on bathroom window, and it's just like not enough. Like, sure, you can force yourself into there with a blitz, but like they didn't really try to force themselves in there. Like, they were too cautious. They had a little bit of fear, I would say.
Oh yeah, 100%. Those definitely.
And on the other hand, I don't think they had the right utility to also push into there. Like, maybe some flashes, maybe some smokes, but the utility they had there wasn't quite that. And yeah, overall, maybe also just a little bit too slow.
Well, either way, moving on, it's now Pulsar's turn to now play down by basement. We've seen how they like to attack. They usually went for a little bit of a more aggressive front, or at least tried to anyway. And now it's time for VEI Esports to see what they want to do. It does look like they might be potentially gearing for a top-down, which is fine, but it can be a little bit on the slow side. And now that console, it's a lot bigger. It's not as viable as it used to be. But with Resound droning, which we are seeing quite a bit of that, and already an early pick, getting rid of Pep Noya this early on is a pretty big step in the right direction. Goyle, who was here not too long ago, still here, does get spotted, gets isolated thanks to ADM. That's going to be massive, as they're now at a 2-point lead. That top down paying off in dividends. Going to be able to safely move down the first floor with no problems at all, and a lead to boot as well. Especially since they haven't lost anyone, they still have more to go as far as clearing and dishing out damage. You've got your Jackal for clearing anyone else who tries to fall back up, like Tia, which we are seeing just now. Still committing to possibly putting down some pressure and aggression from second floor. as they have all since moved away from first floor. Could prove as a potential problem point, as Jackal won't be able to pick that up. Ares will be able to pick Naklo. That's going to be another pushback coming in from Pulsar.
So, Tia getting another frag on the very top floor. Onto the bug, and yeah, now the attack has to take some time, clear out the Romus, or just say, hey, wait a second, we have two Romus, one on top floor, one in the mid floor, let's just try to hit side maybe, but I think that time window is already gone, but we have some red pings onto the side, but no kills onto the side so far. What is happening?
They are just narrowly missing each other over and over again. And now with the drop down, finally finishes them off. Also Storm to catch MV on the drop off. This is quickly falling apart as AD might have overstepped their boundaries just a little bit. Does manage to catch one. There's another right above. Does manage to get significant damage down. It's all up to Ares. One bullet and it's over, but AD ain't looking too hot either, being down to 54 HP. It's a matter of who can catch who off guard as Ares now starts to make their way down towards Spiral. AD now going for the plant. Ares trying to play it a little bit slow, hoping to catch him off guard, which he pretty much doesn't have an option but to do just that, considering how low he is in HP, especially going up against a DMR. This is scary. And the push-up from the rotate pays off for AD, as that will be able to secure them yet another round. And I believe, where does that put us?
Should be match point, isn't it? Yeah. Match point for Bavictus. They only have to get one more attacking round. And the defense, they try again. So I'm very, very curious to see if they try to play it any differently. Like operator-wise, it's still the same. But no, it's a Melusi instead of a mute, right? Oh no, it's completely different. It's completely no, it's just the Melusi instead of a Goyo. That's what it was. No mute. I just got confused by myself there. So a little bit more. Let's see where they place the benches, because it looks like they try to deny some opportunities with that, like slowing down the attack. And with Goyo canisters, if you're not around to pop them, you barely slow the attacker down with it. But Melusi gadget will always slow the attacker down, because he will step into it, have to shoot it, and yeah, that at least gives yourself half a second or something like that. And we know in a game like Siege, time is a very, very valuable good. So even half a second is better than no second.
Oh yeah. And I think honestly the bigger issue that I'm seeing at play here for Pulsar is that VEI Esports is just way too good at their roam clear. They invest very heavily into that very function, and unfortunately Pulsar doesn't really have a effective enough plan of action to keep those roamers alive and allow them to still be a burden on VEI Esports side. Because even if they catch someone after falling back and then rotating back up, they still end up getting flushed out in turn, which just neutralizes any of that impact. And this is kind of where I think if Pulsar wants a chance to bring this to overtime, they need to find a way to keep their roamers alive and possibly try to get more impact out of it. Because right now, VEI Esports is just way too dominant in roam clearing. And I'm sure we're going to see just that in a second with MV on the Deimos, and you got AD with Dekebi. All it takes is for that little set-off to begin, and it's going to be all hell breaks loose for Pulsar, unless they can keep their numbers up, which so far they've done quite successfully. Although that could arguably be attributed to time spent in setup for the wall.
Now the Dokebi call comes through, only a few people are long-term affected by it. The attack uses that time to make an entry on top and to get an entry frag. Bug gets a kill, they can open the edge, and now they can terrorize the defense. C4's coming out and hitting nothing. And now the flank from the Deimos. Not successfully onto the castle. I totally thought so, that there's no way the castle's gonna win it, but he does. So good for the defense. He makes it so his team is still in this match. And did he try to
that blind
bait
drop
it
was
with the
not
sound? Like, time is getting low for the attack. They're still in even territory, but the Blitz can't really push in there. Defense getting some frags on top. They try to retake, but the Bug is there to get the kills, but he gets refragged, of course.
Wow.
If you make your
Oh, no way.
retake,
Blitz
then
is
it's
already
good,
in.
and he just could have killed the Tuaro on Pillar. And I thought he can't because there's probably some crossfire, but right now there is no crossfire. It's only some vertical angles onto the Blitz and the Castle hiding himself from the Blitz.
Yeah, this is rough. This spread out is tough to deal with. But Naklo's going to try to go for the plant anyway. We do start to see a fallback, but this could be right in his ballpark. But nope, Pep Nola will be able to spot him before it's too late with only about a second to spare. And now we're going to see a call-out being initiated by Vay Esports. With the lead? That's kind of unexpected. But you know what? I think I know why they're doing it. Because their bread and butter up to this point has been roam clearing. And guess what? What did we see there? Dokebi, Deimos didn't work. Got a trade on Deimos, and that was it. And then after that, it started falling apart. Pulsar has adapted, and now Vay Esports can't get that same level of impact from roam clearing as they originally were. So now they're going to have to fine-tune the formula, change the playstyle, or go with something completely new entirely, which gives a momentous opportunity for Pulsar to really start racking up rounds and possibly force an overtime situation.
Yeah, also, you don't want to take your timeout at your last chance. You want to take your time, you want to take the momentum out of the opponent. And if this round doesn't work out, you have tried something and you have maybe already talked about what you're going to do in the next 2 rounds already, not just focusing on the next one solely, but yeah, you can, like, the timeout can have more of an impact. It won't just affect 1 round, but at least 2 now. At least you only want to, of course, have it to impact the next round because you want to win it, of course. But if you somehow fail to do, you have more of an idea of what you've talked about, and yeah. So this time, top floor. Last time, there were some weird rotations from the defense, which allowed the attack to rotate themselves through long desk, to small desk, to office, to plant there, and yeah, put the defense in a very tricky situation. Let's see if this time it's similar-ish. We see some more cam operators, like we see the Brava additionally to the Flores. Also, we have the IQ to spot out any jammers, I guess, and cams potentially. And what is very important, you have 2 set of nades who can deal with mute jammers. You can't get around with Flores cams. And I'm very sure that will be very important for the Soda position, because it's really tricky to get in there if there's a mute jammer.
Yeah. I like this much slower approach that Vay Esports is bringing to the table, but I feel like Pulsar has the flexibility with their set and forget operators, which is pretty much everybody except for pretty much Smoke. I think there's going to be a level of mobility that is afforded to Pulsar that could hit on Vay Esports particularly hard. I do like the gridlock as well coming in from Vay Esports. So they did think this through. But honestly, with the rapid changes that have came through for both teams, I feel like this could really be anyone's round. It's just a matter of whether Vay Esports can get the impact that they are looking for as they push their way methodically on site, or if Pulsar will be able to leverage their flanks and mobility to cut off Vay Esports right at the source. This is where I start to wonder. Storm already taking a little bit of damage, does get spotted out, but doesn't go down. Minute and 30, and everyone is still alive. However, SX is now down to 69 health. If she goes down, that is going to open the floodgates for Pulsar, which they really can't afford right now. Do see a little bit of walk up, hits the Thorn, still not down yet. Nade goes out, trying to get rid of that vending utility. I don't think it connects though. They do spot the player by the ping. That does force a bit of a movement, but doesn't move enough as they go down, and Ares goes down as well. Naklo and AD able to take 2. This is the big moment they were looking for. They were able to push back Pulsar and get the utility, and now there's a possible breaking point. But Pepnola able to take 1. This could be a turnaround if they overheat just a little bit here. With 45 seconds to go, Pulsar is still looking decent time-wise as long as they can avoid losing another player, which might be the tipping scale that proves too much. Legion Mine goes off, one close to the door. They know that Tia is there based off the drone, but decides to advance anyway with the shotgun. Brava going against the swing. That just kept her alive, or not, as the shotgun goes out, but AD gets the refrag. The SX swing, able for a double kill. That's gonna put them on the map. And Sage is the last one, gets the down on SX. 13 seconds to go, they're gonna have to go for the plant. This means only one gun up. Find that gun, and there's your opportunity.
Oh, no.
On a very nice swing coming in from Sage, able to take AD. This is it, the 1v1. Can Vey close this out? The clock now ticking on the diffuser, but Sage is on the hunt. Knows exactly where Talco is based off of the ping and the Cam's information, but now has to try to go for diffuser as they will be below. Does he know? I think he does, but he doesn't know exactly where she is, and she's gonna force it, and it goes through as Pulsar keeps themselves alive for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, the long arm, just so good, and yeah,
Can't go wrong with the
we
long
saw
arm.
we saw again they used the nades for soda position and close visa stairs. That was great, but they had none left to deal with the bulletproof camps, and they just destroyed every possibility of them to play a safe post plant, because there was still all the intel on the hallway in front of the bomb site from Soda towards the other side of meeting, and also for the hallway between long desk and the site. So you have to respect those bulletproof camps, man. The intel they give is so strong.
Oh yeah, that counter defuse would have been such a much more dangerous situation, if not borderline undoable, if it wasn't for the fact of those bulletproof cams, like you talked about. Knowing exactly where he was allowed for Sage to go on the hunt. And unfortunately, IQ not being able to keep herself alive was a big detriment. They needed to keep the IQ alive just long enough for the plant to go down, but it just couldn't happen. Sage was just built different with that aggression and was able to pull off what was seemingly becoming the impossible. And that's a big setback for Vey Esports. They needed that win because, statistically speaking, when you have a timeout, you're the most likely to win. And if you cannot pull through on that after your change has been implemented, this means that you're now more predictable. You've lost that timeout edge. It's very likely that we're gonna go to overtime, as Pulsar have so far managed to succeed in adapting their strategies and not letting themselves get flushed out by Vey Esports. And wow! What a nitro! The read was perfect! Taking SX down, and now the diffuser is out of the picture as well, which means you now have to invest another person solo. That is the kind of initiative that really sets a team apart. What a great nitro. Whether it was sheer luck or just a calculated throw, either way, the impact is clear. Losing your flank watch is a big detriment, especially when now you have Naklo floating around down in basement, possibly looking for players on the first floor. This is now a cascading problem, and oh my goodness, MV walking straight into vertical, knows she's being watched, doesn't have a care on earth, able to take Pepnoia.
Yeah, now the issue is, of course, since the one is down, you can use your smokes freely and don't have to be feared to get swung through them. But still, you have to clear some mirror windows on top floor, on basement floor probably too. I mean mid floor, not basement. And yeah, you have to somehow push through there and not forget your flanks. I guess on consulate camps are fine, and you have one to check them, so that should work. Now we get some nades towards the mirror window, but no one pushing the mirror window at the same time. And yeah, can find another frag onto the Twitch. So no Twitch drones active anymore. Oh no,
Oh!
it's a pre-fire!
What was that? Ouch. Oh no, not again. Okay, MV does manage to take Tia down, despite what we saw that previous whiff. But Storm able to collapse onto Taco with a co-swing. But a very nice shot coming in from MV, able to take Zage. It's now a 1v2. This is much more doable, but I don't think she knows there's one close to the corner. Does finally spot him. Nitro goes out, able to shoot it out. Here comes the peaks. Is she going to be able to nail the shot here? This is going to be real important, but Storm's got a lot of options for mobility here, and Ares so far is completely out of the picture. She needs to take this fight and take it now, and she can't, as Storm brings Pulsar back to the game as we now go into overtime.
Yeah, both matchups getting very intense towards the later part of the matchup. Now Pulsar, they can continue in defense. And we'll see if that's an advantage or not. Last matchup, it was the advantage to go on with your attack. Let's see if Victus can translate this. And
I
Pulsar,
think this...
they again go to piano because they won it both times, which is very unusual.
Yeah, no, this is a key advantage coming in for Pulsar, starting off on the defense, because they've pretty much proven that VEI Esports adaptation is ineffective against them. They tried to slow things down, and every time it came down to the wire, and they just could not pull through. Whether it was, due to time constraints, or whether it was, just not quite having the execution power that they were looking for, it really hasn't done them as much good. And honestly, this might sound like a bad take, but I think that having SX as Gridlock is a mistake. I mean, how many times have you seen Gridlock's util be thrown and actually be able to cut off rotations? I mean, we're still seeing these flanks popping out. I really don't think it's doing what they think it is. I would honestly recommend probably a Nomad, but whew! Okay, starting off violently, VEI Esports. Someone's not happy about being in overtime. Gets a very early pick out onto Storm, and I don't like Tia holding that angle. We've seen a lot of players get popped from above holding that position, and it looks like Pepnoia and Tia are dead set on holding that, but Tia does manage to take one. That's going to be AD, but not before SX comes out with the refrag. However, that does mean that those Legion mines aren't going to get spotted, so they could prove to be a thorn in their side, quite literally. Well, more towards the foot, but you get the idea. As they're not going to be able to really spot that unless they can see it through drones, which, considering how how things have been close, every second counts, and spending that on Legion drones is less time spent hunting down players and getting the impact they need. However, SK with a double kill does manage to take Zage. I guess you just need the gun. That's really all that matters, as MV gets a double kill as well onto Ares, and this is looking very desperate, as now Pepnoia is the only one left. Diffuser not in hand. Pepnoia still above. Now the flush begins. Gonna have to find a one somewhere. The drones or the cams hacked. They know where she is.
Oh.
He has managed to take one, but the refrag comes around the corner.
Yeah, and third time's the charm. Victus gets an attack win onto the piano bomb side, and now they are back into defending. I would guess they go to the top floor because it should be, or in general, is the most favorite side, I would say. And we again probably see the smoke to Chanka setup. Yes, that's correct. Let's see if they can have some impact again. Like the thing with Tachanka. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And this is really dangerous for Pulsar, because keep in mind, what was the number one issue that they had when attacking? If you remember, it was playing it way too dang slow. That was their big issue. They just could not get anything that they wanted to accomplish. And then on a time crunch, they got desperate. They started making a lot of mistakes, and it caused them to get wiped. and this is pretty much VEI Esports domain right now. Like, the ball is in their court. They lost it for a bit, but they were able to turn it around, and now it's back to them. If they want to close this out, they have to win this round. This round, in my opinion, dictates who will come out on top. This is VEI Esports' strong point. Attacking was not. Similar to Pulsar. But VEI Esports had an even stronger defense.
Oh.
Whoa, okay. Wow, they must be hearing every word I'm saying, because they took that quite literally. MV going with a spawn peek and taking one from the window very early on. And that's going to be Capitao. That is a big loss. Remember, playing it too slow is where Pulsar suffers. And now that you have weak execution power, there's nowhere near as much justification for playing it slow. And their utility is not geared for a faster pace. That pick could have single-handedly lost them this game. It very well could. That is a big loss. But you do have Amaru, which allows for much faster pace. But you now lost another Storm. Naklo taking that, but Zage does pick one up. That's going to be the refrag on the Naklo. But I'm telling you, the damage is being done. You have nearly no execution power remaining. The only thing you really have is Grim. But is he really that strong on executes? I wouldn't really say that that should be your golden ticket for getting a site plant down. This is big trouble for Pulsar right now. Losing your two biggest execute allies, whether it's utility dump, smokes, whether it's flank watch, cutting off with smokes or flames, all of that's gone. All of it. And all that VEI Esports lost in turn was a Capcan, who already set and forget his utility. That's not good. This is really rough. Minute and 15 seconds remaining, and they still got a long ways to go. And wow! Crouching at the perfect time for a clean shot onto Tia. That's another one down. A minute remaining, and they've got nothing to show for it but a perfectly placed shotgun coming in from Zage to take Tycho. 55 seconds. It's looking a little better, but they're still down a player.
Yeah, they still have some utility left, but it's mainly from the gadgets, mainly the Grim, because the hard-bridge gadgets won't do anything, and that's just some unfortunate timing, and yeah, a little bit anticlimactic that they peaked him by himself one by one. But yeah, that's sometimes how it happens, and VEI Victus, they get the win. They are the first team on stream, at least, to qualify for the next stage.
Yeah. Well, and congratulations to VEI Victus Esports for coming out on top like that. What a showing. But I mean, honestly, such a good effort coming in from Pulsar. That recovery was nothing short of amazing. Realizing where they were getting hit at, and that adaptation was incredible. Being able to keep their roaming numbers up. Going for those late round flanks. So crucial. Being able to mitigate the impact of gridlock. So good. But, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. And the fact of the matter is, their attack on Consulate was unfortunately really weak. They just didn't have that element of momentum, of sheer velocity that they could play off of. That explosiveness. It just wasn't there on the attack. And VEI Victus abused that to every extent imaginable. I mean, especially with that spawn peak, that was ridiculous. But I mean, it really kind of set the stage for, this coming out as a heartbreaking loss for, Pulsar. Super close, great effort, but just could not get over that hump of attack. It was too much for them, unfortunately. So, congratulations to VEI Victus coming out on top. And I haven't even given you the word of mouth here. What do you think about what we saw here overall, and specifically for this matchup?
Like, VEI Victus deserved to win. Team Pulsar, they were a bit slow to get into the map, but yeah, they put up a great fight. It's very sad for them that they couldn't get back fast enough into the game. So, but they still have a best of 3 ahead of themselves, where they can qualify still for the next stage. And I think they probably do play against the team which they know. So yeah, that probably will be a good matchup for them. Yeah, I'm excited to see the results of that because I won't be around when these games are going to happen. But yeah, I'm excited for that.
Absolutely, so am I. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to conclude us for tonight for PBX. One, do you have any final thoughts before we kind of head out? Because I think we're about ready to close this one, or have this one on the books, on the records.
Yeah, I think we're now getting into the really suspensive part of the tournament. Getting to see which teams are finally able to qualify, who are dropping out, and then seeing who is how the teams are getting seeded into the bracket, and then it gets spicy. So yeah, people should be excited for the promotion matches.
Oh, absolutely. If you think it was good here, it's going to only get better. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Piercing, joined by One. And with that, that's going to be it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us with this stream. And with that, we'll see you next time. Take it easy and enjoy your weekend.